Hi there, my name is Phixfox and welcome back to Heroes of Might and Magic 2. This is the FHeroes edition and today we're going to be doing a single player scenario vamp. Hello, nice to see you there. Folks, today is going to be the single player scenario THUNK. We've done Last Hope previously. That one is already posted onto YouTube. We did that not on stream. And today is going to be the massive undertaking following Corribus the Knight and some amazing magical golem that is like the Terminator that will always be pursuing us, that will be always trying to catch up to us. And it's going to be our job at all costs to just stay alive. So with that being said, let's take a look at the stats and go from there. This is going to be a large map, a 6-player map, and this comes to us from the Price of Loyalty expansion. THUNK is a map done as a sequel to the Last Hope that we already played, as we've already mentioned, and the map difficulty is as expert, in large part because of the size and because of some of the challenges that we're going to have. I'll tell you right now that I've played this map before, but it's been a long time, and I really enjoy when I don't remember every little thing about a map. That just makes it fun and exciting, so I'm excited to relearn and rediscover this map with y'all. This is going to be a victory condition where your side must defeat the opposing side. I don't remember if we have an ally or not. I think it just might be everybody against us. So it's not going to be a free-for-all. And then we cannot lose a specific hero. So we will not be able to lose Corribus the Knight. No surrendering and then rehiring in another town. He must stay alive. The sequel to The Last Hope. After his previous struggle, Corribus decides to take a vacation down the Kalamazar River. Big mistake. So with that being said, it's going to be us as the blue player, starting off as the Knights. There's going to be a green Necromancer. There's going to be a red somebody, a yellow Barbarian, an orange Warlock, and a purple Wizard. We're going to put this on impossible difficulty as always. And folks, let's have so much fun diving into THUNK. Thankfully, you were widely successful in rallying your small force to victory after being cornered in the remote city of Last Hope. The warlocks who opposed you quickly fell after your stunning counterattack in what seemed like a hopeless situation. Rebuilding your country has been a challenge in itself, however, and after several months of rebuilding your capital city and seeing to the needs of the masses, it is time for a break. So, one day, after many hard hours at the office, this hero business isn't all fun and games, you finally decide that the next day would be the day. You had always wanted to see the beautiful Kalamazar River, for it is widely remarked that to see the crystal blue waters emerge from the snowy northern winterlands was to gaze upon heaven itself. Of course, the wild continent has never been explored, and there are many stories that postulate the existence of several barbaric civilizations hidden within the land itself. But you felt reasonably safe with Bread, your bodyguard, and a sizable force of your warriors to protect you. So, you left early in the morning and watched happily as the misty harbor faded out of sight. The next few weeks were absolutely fabulous. From the ship you were able to see beautiful coastlines and, as you began up the river itself, lush jungles and menacing volcanoes provided a scenic backdrop for your late but exquisite meals on the ship's deck. However, after 6 weeks into the journey and quite near your destination, the river mouth, disaster struck. By freak accident, your ship became lodged in a shallow and muddy section of the river, forcing you to disembark. A quick search of your surroundings revealed that you had landed on a small island with nothing but a very unfriendly tribe of natives and a crumbling magical portal leading to who knows where. Time passed, and no food supplies were found. So, you were forced to order Bread and most of the troops to go through the portal and locate help before you all starved. In any case, it's been almost a week since Bread left, and supplies are running desperately low. You must do something, and quick. Meanwhile, back at Castle Holbark, wow, there's a lot of reading here. Your sister Katarina grows worried, for you were supposed to have been back by now. She always warned of traveling into the wilds. Thankfully, you agreed with her that should you be kept overdue, she would organize a search party. You only hope that she doesn't take too long. Finding you dead of starvation would be a bad ending, considering what you've survived thus far. So, folks, it looks like we're going to start off with 2 heroes and 1 castle and 1 town. It looks like this here is going to be Corribus the Knight. Corribus is already stocked and rocked and ready to go. Looks like we're going to have 3 of the Crusaders, 2 Paladins, and 2 of the Champions. We have 12 attack, 13 defense, 7 spell power, 8 knowledge. We have no spell book, so if we can get a spell book, we're going to be feeling pretty good because we're already immediately going to have spell power and knowledge to back that up. We are very, very well leveled, although, as you can see, we have not fully gotten our secondary skills all lined out here. We do have the expert leadership, the expert luck. I'm happy for the wisdom, happy for the pathfinding, thrilled for the logistics, navigation, good, all for it. And then the ballistics and the scouting, it looks like there's a little bit left there that we can pick up. Dragon Sword of Dominion and the Spiked Shield add to that attack and that defense, along with the Spiked Helm. And I see an artifact here. I see a legion of peasants guarding a gold mine. How many is a legion? Hold on. How many is a legion? Is a legion 1,000 plus peasants? There's a lot of peasants going on here. And even though peasants are really not tough to deal with at all, that's still 1,000 hit points that we have to deal with. And I think that we got to go through them if we're going to get to these stone liths. But that's going to be an interesting fight right off the gate. We do have the lightning helm here that will reduce lightning damage. And we do have this artifact. This spell scroll, we're going to find out what that's all about in just one second. We also have Katarina the Knight, the sister. She's got some rangers, she's got some cavalries, and I like the way that she's being built so far, especially having the combination of pathfinding and logistics. That does feel pretty good. And she starts off, it looks like, in the castle of Holbark. Looks like not too much has been built up here. We do have access to peasants, archers, and pikemen. More to be done, but there's no disqualifications on this castle. There's nothing that we can't get. We can get everything. So a good base of operations there. We are short on cash now. We don't have a magic arrow. I generally like to have one of those, but a stone skin, a cure, and a curse. That's not too bad for a knight. Knights tend to prefer less damaging spells and more, I don't know, what would you call it? Buffing or debuffing spells anyway. And genies, trunk of gold, that's pretty much all I see in this area. So not too much here. We're going to do lots of exploring in the upper west corner, and then we're going to have to do what we can here. We have one more town, by the way. It's Candymene, and that's going to be actually more well thought out than this other castle we already had in Holbrook. Got more to it, and there is the opportunity for a harbor. I got a feeling that we're going to have to go and rescue Corribus unless these stone liths are going there. So I seem to remember that we should pick up everything we have here and then just soldier on, hopefully getting a gold mine for our troubles. You find the elaborate container which houses an old vellum scroll. The runes on the container are very old, and the artistry with which it was put together is stunning. As you pull the scroll out, you feel imbued with magical powers. Mass haste? We're not going to have mass haste until we actually get a spell book though, right? Yeah, even though you have the spell scroll, you have to have a magic book to actually be able to cast spells in combat. So that's a little bit of a sad moment there. We're going to hope we find a mage guild sooner rather than later. A traveling tinker in need of supplies offers you a helm with a thunderbolt design on its top in exchange for food and water. Curious, you accept and later find out that the helm is magical. That's going to reduce the lightning spells by half. That's chain lightnings and the likes. Sulfur. Is sulfur going to be pretty useful for us? Only if we're going to be getting mage guilds or we have other non-knight faction castles. Other factions use sulfur pretty well. Unless we're getting mage guilds, knights just don't really need it. I'm wondering about this Legion of Peasants. A Legion of Peasants is a lot. I have to assume we can beat them so we can get to these stone liths. Let's give it a try. It's a glorious victory. It is going to be 1,000 experience. Let's see if we can fight this fight any better. The nice thing about this fight is that we have this little bit of terrain here, and terrain goes a long way for these very slow units in order to kind of break up the fight. Make half of the troops go to the north, half the troops go to the south, and then we can pick them off kind of one by one. Vamp, what are you up to? How's your day been going for you? Anything wild and crazy going on in your world? Vamp's been doing a pretty nifty thing on the Discord that we just started, where they've been going through and doing some pixel art, which is super fun and super interesting to me. I've really enjoyed being able to play around with some of the pixel art. I'm not very good at it, but I enjoy it all the same. And they've done some fun stuff, getting some good stuff on the new Discord server that we have and sharing that with the rest of us. So I appreciate their time there. 1, 2, I've messed up. These peasants are going to get an unbridled attack against us. 1, 2. And we're going to mix this up a little bit. We've already lost one champion. We're probably going to lose one crusader here. I think the 300 peasants is going to smack us pretty good. Let's just plan on losing this other champion. and then we hopefully will lose no other troops from here. I was grabbing dinner. Oh, sweet. What's for dinner tonight? What's for dinner tonight? Hopefully something homemade as often as possible. I'm a big fan of enjoying stuff that I actually make, because the alternative is that I don't make it and then I'm just eating whatever comes my way. It's all right. It's just not the best. If I'm eating out, I tend to definitely eat less healthy than I otherwise would. Folks, that was pretty costly. I don't know if we fought that fight well or if we fought that fight poorly. I'm going to assume that we fought that fight poorly, given that we just lost pretty much half of our troops to peasants. I don't know how much better I could have fought that fight. I could have avoided at least one Crusader lost when that stack of 300 peasants attacked us, but maybe that's just the price of doing business. I don't know. We'll wait and find out. Rice Ruin. Fix, hope you're doing well, brother. Up-pixel those filthy peasants. Unpixel those filthy peasants. Yeah, they are officially demolished. No problem. Just some bread with some Italian ham thing. No problems there. I'm a big fan of that. That sounds pretty... anytime I'm eating bread and cheese as my meal, I always feel like I'm like a medieval peasant. And I'm just enjoying my bread and cheese, and I got like my meat over here. Maybe I'm the only person that does that, and maybe not, but there's something very simplistically wholesome about a bread and cheese dinner, and I'm sure that the Italian ham thing that adds a lot to it, so I'm all for it. Good evening, Crazy FX1. Nice to see you there. You should add the Discord link to the Twitch. I should. I will do that before the end of the day. I just can't do two things at once, so we will get there for sure. So good idea. I will definitely do that, Crazy FX. Good call. We'll make it happen. It's been a long while since Bread Lentley went through the portal with most of your forces. Where could he be? Should you go after him, or should you find a way back? To block the portal. Blocking the portal sounds like, you can stand on the portal and then no one can come through. And while there's some good things about that, there's also some bad things about that. Lots of fire elementals. Here's the thing, folks. If we lose Corribus, we lose the scenario. I don't think a pack of Archmagi, we could beat them if we get some Genies. Do we try and defeat lots of fire elementals? We're tough. I say that we give this a shot. This is maybe a mistake on my part, but I think that we can win this fight. What is this place? You look around but find no evidence of bread or anybody coming through here. Something is wrong. To the north, you see that the only path along the shore is blocked by a group of giant ogres, seemingly standing guard. What now? Okay, we're gonna fight this fight. It's a glorious victory, no problems. And we have no business winning this fight, with the exception of Corribus the Knight being level 26, 12 attack, 13 defense. That goes so far. Depending on how many Genies we pick up here, we're going to... Yeah, these are interesting ogres. These are actually Archmagi, but apparently those are ogres. Very interesting ogres indeed. If we get 2 Genies, maybe we don't fight Archmagi. If we get more Genies, we get 3 Genies, I think that we're going to fight these Archmagi and make our way north. This means that we're going to have to go back to Katarina, and we're going to pull all these troops into the army. Who do we leave behind? Nobody. We're just going to combine forces like this. I always like to leave my pikemen close to my rangers, and since we have not a lot of gold anyway, we're going to purchase just the one a mage spellbook, and then we're going to head south. This road leads to an abandoned ore mine. Maybe you can coerce the locals to resume mining. The road also leads to the seaport of Candemian. Heroes 3 leak? Yeah, seriously. Yeah. If those ogres are actually something else, then we're finding out very, very quickly what they are and what they are not. We're going to have to go through, it looks like, some zombies in order to get through this road. I don't think that hurts my feelings, though. We can't go here to the west. We have to go through them anyway, picking up wood probably before we can really get by. Value of getting a second hero. We have Ambrose who's available. I don't know how useful a second hero is going to be, because we're going to want to go out of our way to get this mercenary camp. Let's wait for one more day before we get another hero. Let's see if there's any purchases here. 1 statue. And we're still very, very far away from this castle. We will get there eventually. And then, folks, somehow that turned into the longest day one ever. We're going to pick up the pace just a little bit. A lone soldier crawls back through the portal, near death. He begs you to let him speak. He grabs your head, pulling you closer to his mouth. "We were captured," he croaks. "Bread ordered me." The soldier gasps in pain, rolling his eyes. He continues, "Ordered. Must tell you. Block. Dangerous. Thunk. With the last gasp, the soldier collapses into your arms. Block? Dangerous? Thunk? Perhaps you are in more trouble than you thought. Perhaps. We don't have any resources to actually get the genies. It's going to be 2 genies. Once we pick up 2 gems, we're going to consider fighting these magi. Right now it's a pack. A pack is doable. Not my favorite thing, but doable. A brief stop at an improbable rural inn yields an exchange of money, tails, and accidentally luggage. You find a magical skull cap in your new backpack. So any mind influencing spells are going to be halved in their cost, and we can't actually get this obelisk for now, so let's do so. Looks like it's going to be lots and lots of obelisks on this map before we get any indication of where we're going and what we're doing. Might as well pick up the freebies before we do much else. Taking this artesian spring. And then once we get gems, we'll grab that and set off. It looks like the main character of this story is actually going to be Katarina. It's a little bit of misdirection. You thought it was going to be Corribus, and actually it's Katarina. It's his sister who's got to go and save him is the gist I get. But when they talk about Thunk and blocking the portal, I don't know how this map is going to play out with the FHeroes2 AI. I seem to remember that that was the only strategy that worked once before. Maybe that's the case now, and maybe not. I'm going to fight these zombies just because they're experienced. 405 experience, not a problem. We are going to grab probably a second hero at this point. We're going to get the +1 attack skill. You come upon a mercenary camp practicing their tactics. The mercenaries welcome you and your troops and invite you to train with them. +1 attack. I'm going to go down as I just kind of path in this direction. And I think I still want to get the gold more than the experience because we're on impossible difficulty. That just seems like the best thing for me. Bring forth Lord Phixfox, the greatest heroic mind of our time. That is such high praise that I can only disappoint you, Steeson. All I can do if you build me up like that is disappoint you. So the pressure is officially on. It was already on. It was always on, but now it's really on. We're going to send these 34 peasants down with Ambrose, and we are going to use this kind of 2-hero tandem approach. That'll help us explore, that'll help us maybe make the best use of our movement points. We'll see what we can do. And we still have 3,700 experience. That feels pretty good to me. Very interesting for the Knight faction. You have to get the well if you're going to get the blacksmith, and you have to get the tavern if you're going to get the armory. And if you're trying to build up your castle in 1 week, those little side quests, those 2 extra days of building requirements can make it pretty difficult for what's supposed to be the early game faction when it comes to them trying to get tons of troops and get out there. Just kind of interesting how that works. Thunk is one of the most insanely hard maps I've ever tried. It's insane. No pressure. Yep. And I'm happy to hear that this is an insanely hard map. We are all for insanely hard. I seem to remember that there's lots of water. And sometimes the FHeroes2 does a great job with water, and sometimes it has some struggles. We're going to see. I have no idea what to expect from this. The only time I ever played Thunk was on the original Heroes2 Gold, so we're going to see how it turns out. Speaking of turning out, it turns out that the first mate of your ship is actually a part-time professor of history at the University of Holbark. What luck! You think to yourself, you invite the man to dinner in your tent, which unfortunately only consists of potatoes, and tell him of the dying soldier's message. The professor scratches his chin and says that he will get back to you with an answer within a few days. You are anxious to solve this mystery. No doubt the mystery of the Thunk. What it is, what we can expect, etc., etc. I'm gonna send Ambrose in front to try and see what we ought to do with our main army. It looks like we're gonna have to go through ghosts. There's nothing else we can do. We must go through a pack of ghosts. And knowing that we must go through this pack of ghosts, I'm actually going to thankfully have the second hero here who's going to take some of these troops. I just don't want to die. The Rangers, they're good, but they're going to get flown upon immediately by the ghosts. And so let's just leave our more hardy troops here to deal with the ghosts. I wish that these were Crusaders, not Paladins. They would, of course, do double damage to the undead, but we can't go under them. We can't go around them. We've got to go through the ghosts. Swordsmen trying to explain why a tavern is crucial for their recruitment. Hey, look, if you want us, you've got to have a place that we can unwind, relax, chill, and alcohol is very important. I'm just saying. That's hilarious. What a good insight, Vamp. Typo finds out where your babe lives. Oh dear, that's terrible. Let's not do that. One cavalier goes down. Let's see if we can do any better. I doubt it. I highly doubt it. Very interested if all the ghosts do focus on just the one champion. In case that is the case, we're gonna pull back a little bit. No, they go for the go for the Paladins. Interesting. And it looks like if they are willing to line up one by one, we're just going to hit them one by one, and then we'll avoid losing any army. That tavern. By the way, in the Heroes of Might and Magic 2 manual, speaking of the tavern, it's one of my favorite things that it specifically says that you cannot build the tavern as the Necromancers because the undead don't get thirsty. And that is pretty interesting for every other faction that might take a Necromancer castle and then try and hold it, because you are going to be at some kind of disadvantage, whereas other factions can get bonus morale in the event of a siege when they're defending. You can't do that with the undead castle. So kind of interesting how that works out. It makes sense. The undead don't get thirsty. They are not affected by morale anyway, so who really cares? I really don't think that there was anything we could have done in that fight. Well, actually, we probably could have used the Cavaliers to go and block for the Rangers. We might have just lost ourselves one extra Ranger than we otherwise needed to, but I digress. Sometimes it's a better decision just to move forward quickly rather than slow down and struggle through every single fight. I find that it helps a lot to just be able to auto combat at least some of these fights. Tavern makes sense for dwarves. Yeah, it totally does. They invented beer in Norse mythology for God's sakes, but the fact that the battle dwarves don't need a tavern, that is a true mystery. No, they do. Yeah, you have to have the tavern to get the tavern. Yeah, you do. I guess you can have the dwarven dwelling. I suppose you can get the dwarven dwelling and then you can upgrade that for free to the battle dwarves without having the tavern in the castle. Yeah, I suppose you're right. No, you have a dwarven dwelling pre-build, so you don't have to have both. And so yeah, if you already start with the dwarven dwelling, then you don't actually need additional. I guess that's true, huh? I didn't think of it that way, but that does make sense. I guess that the game designers just decided that it was implied that you would have mead. Maybe battle dwarves are just hardier. They can withstand the drudgery of the day-to-day struggle without a little bit of mead, and so they're just more able-bodied because of that. It's possible. I have no idea. I'm just spitballing here. We're rather than try and take out one full stack of dwarves, I think that my strategy right now is to take out lots of individual stacks and just get everybody kind of beat down a little bit. It's possible that I could use a curse at some point. It's possible. I don't know. We'll see how things go. And I'm even going to let the dwarves get the first hit here. I'm just going to make sure that it's this major stack here that I attack with my rangers, get that stack down to 7, and then go from there. Dwarves are so slow that I can actually start to attack without fear of them getting around my rangers to the right-hand side. Paladins are super tough. Yeah, we're only taking 16 damage on the retaliations. Let's still try and get the dwarves to split up their damage. I'd prefer it if they didn't all pile onto one troop. That's probably the quickest way to lose any troop. Oh, for example, down to 4 hit points. Yeah, pretty close. Unfortunately, I blocked in my cavalry. Did not anticipate that. That was my mistake. The veteran pikemen do need to stay here, so that way these dwarves can't step up and go around, but we can just move the paladins out of the way. And that will give the cavalry's time in just 1 second to carry on as well. From here, I think I can hit Q and just end the battle. Oh, 1 cavalry does perish, and so 1 cavalry and 2 veteran pikemen. Interesting. I think that's probably just as good as the AI fought the battle. Maybe they fought it a little bit better. But walking away without losing a paladin goes a long, long way for me. I think I'm going to take logistics. This is actually one of those times where I think that either logistics or leadership is a totally viable strategy. I'm not going to tell you which one's right or wrong. I think for me, I'm going to take logistics so that way I can explore this map that we're currently on. Because I see lots of dirt here, logistics over pathfinding seems to be the best thing for me. I do know that there's this tree of knowledge here. We're going to ignore that for now. We're going to continue down south. We don't need this well at this time. Interesting that there's a watchtower. And we will go into this ore mine. And so then we're going to have wood, ore, mercury, crystal, and we're going to be missing just a couple of other things. Picking up 4 ore there. That's actually a nice pickup. We're up to 6 ore. Remember, we do need to upgrade this castle at some point. Until we can do that, we're not going to get a harbor. We're not going to get ships. Maybe if we got lucky, maybe we invest in a level 2 mage guild though. If we invest in a level 2 mage guild, maybe we get summoned boat, and if there's a free boat somewhere on the map, maybe we just steal that. That could be really sweet. Still waiting for gems. There is this, whoops, that was close. There is a leprechaun hanging out not too far away from us. It may be that we see him sooner rather than later. We're going to avoid the marketplace for now. We're going to want to go straight for the armory. Hopefully we get that by the end of today, and then hopefully the jousting arena and the cathedral come later. We will see. Never going to pick up the farm. Nope, not happening. Phixfox, I love the farm. I'm glad you love the farm. I don't. Getting the opportunity to buy additional peasants. Don't love it. Love them cavalry units. I remember discussing whether it makes sense to describe them as so, though. It does not make sense in Danish. The so-called champion is a weird one too, to us Danes at least. Why is that weird, Steeson? Is that because, I mean, I'm interested to know. I don't know why. Why is that weird? Shrine of the Second Circle, I didn't actually read that. Haunt. Very interesting. You get the haunt spell here. Huh. We're not going to use that anytime soon unless we use Steeson's wonderful experience farming simulator, where you take the haunt spell, you haunt a crystal mine, and then you take your forces and you attack the ghosts that you just summoned. It's a long, convoluted way of getting some additional experience, but it does work. It would absolutely work. It does take some real time to really make it worth your effort, but it can be done, and it can spiral out of control if you're not careful. And then all of a sudden you have so many ghosts and you can't deal with them. A glint of golden light catches your eye. Upon further investigation, you find a golden helm hidden under a bush. This is the defender's helm. It will increase our hero's defense by +1. We do see one treasure chest here. I'm going to grab that pretty quickly. And I think up to the point where experience is worthwhile. Unfortunately, Eagle Eye or Mysticism. Eagle Eye or Mysticism. I think Mysticism is going to be the choice for now. It'll help us not have to go back to Magic Wells or spend a night in a mage guild, so that'll move us forward anyway. That's 500 gold there. And I just realized we did just pick up these gems. Corribus, before I do anything else, we have to do this now. We're gonna pick up these 2 genies. We're gonna split them, and I think we're gonna fight this pack of Archmagi right now before the day is up. We will win. It may be costly, but I want to see what's up here. I feel like there's no reason not to. And the genies make all the difference. 350 experience, no losses, tremendous. +1 to the Mercury there. We don't have a spell book, so this Shrine of the Second Circle is not very useful. But this Witch Doctor's Hut could be. Alchemist Tower will remove any cursed artifacts, things like the Heart of Fire, Heart of Ice, the Arm of the Martyr, things like that. You got to pay for it, but it does take them away from you. An Orcish Witch Doctor living in the hut deepens your knowledge of magic by showing you how to cast stones, read portents, and decipher the intricacies of chicken entrails. I've always wondered what chicken entrails could tell me. Like, no disrespect to the people that on the daily read the chicken entrails to see what the weather's going to be. But for me, I'm interested. Like, what are you looking for? Is this the kind of thing that you go by feel? Or is this the kind of thing that there's like a hard and fast science to it? I don't know, but I'm very interested if anybody does know. Champion just means to be a winner, a master, if you will. And so they are basically masters, and then you have master swordsmen, Steeson. So you got your champions, your winners, your masters, and then the master swordsman. You got so many masters. Whoa, folks, I didn't really take a good look at this, but the holy hammer for the +5 attack is right here behind this blue barrier. But if you go through a pack of genies, you're gonna get some nice stuff. That's 750 gold per day, and the true compass of mobility. I'm excited for that. I'm very excited for that. And we're gonna have to go in this direction anyway. Tree City, that could be useful for some flyers because the knights have none. Yeah, we're gonna be going in this direction pretty soon. Maybe I'm going the wrong way with Katarina. Maybe I am. Tough to say. We will wait and find out. I'm still 2 days away from getting our wonderful swordsman. Katarina received supplies from your allies to the west. They must have heard of your little problem and wished to donate some supplies to aid in the rescue effort. That's 10 wood and 2,000 gold. Hey, we are much closer than we thought we were. We're still 1 day away because of the ore, but we are doing better than we were before. There's no way we're going through halflings. To us, cavalry was a thing in Britain and or the ones who hunt down Native Americans back in the day. You know what? And when I think of cavalry, that's what I generally think of too as mounted men, but more than just mounted men in general, it's mounted men from a certain time period. That's kind of what I think. I'm not sure if that's the denotation of the word or the connotation. I mean, the connotation is, I think of Old West personally, but I'm not sure if the word specifies that it must be so. I just don't know. There is wood here. We need wood. We're going to need so much wood because we're going to want to get our cavalries. We're going to want to get all this stuff. And look, folks, this is fantastic. We found one little patch of ore here. That's going to get us up to our armory today. And then maybe because we've headed south, maybe we're going to be able to get 11 more wood. It's going to be 9 more wood by tomorrow. We could get our cavalries by tomorrow if we just pick up this wood. Let's go. Let's go as fast as we can. And folks, I know that Corribus is our lost condition. If we lose him, we just lose. I'm going to tentatively explore and just see what we can find. Looks like gems. That's already worthwhile. I see a road here in this volcanic terrain. I don't think I ever actually explored this way in the past, but we've defeated the Archmagi. Pack of Power Liches. I would rather go through Druids than Power Liches, but not lots. Lots of Greater Druids is 20 to 50. A pack is like 12 to, well, I think it's 10 to 20. I think that we are going to try and go through this pack of Power Liches. Those genies actually go a long way for us. Yeah, like Master Swordsman. In Danish translation of FHeroes2, I call them Rider and Master Rider. For anybody who doesn't know Steeson here in the chat, he's done a great job with the FHeroes2 team. Oh, we're running immediately. We are running. We are not waiting around to see what's there. We are piecing out. Bye. Steeson's done a great job with translating Heroes Might and Magic 2 into the Danish language. And so very interesting always to me to hear about your adventures with doing that. I know that there's lots of nifty ins and outs that have happened with your translation process. Things where you wanted to make sure it was a direct one-to-one translation, but also you maybe took some liberties in making sure that the true essence of the game was captured, things like that. Things where it's not a direct one-to-one translation that's even available. So I'm always thrilled with the people that are bilingual. As we mentioned in the last stream, I pretend like I know a little bit of French and I really don't. So very impressed with all the people that do a great job with multiple languages. I look at it as a sign of intelligence, and I know that other people who are required to learn multiple languages, where you're in between countries or there's many different languages being spoken in your hometown, you may think it's nothing. For someone who has grown up not speaking multiple languages, I look at it as a sign of intelligence, especially when you have to translate in your head as you're speaking. I think that's pretty interesting. The professor returns from his makeshift cabin. Corribus, he begins, his spectacles sliding down his oily nose. I have found some information, but I fear for all of us, if my suspicions are true. He pauses and wets his mouth with some freshly distilled water. You urge him to continue. Well, sire, I looked for THUNK in several texts, as you requested, and only found any reference at all in some old anthologies of trials before the Grand Council of Corgarian. You pause with a start. The Grand Council was dissolved nearly 100 years prior to the war from which you have just emerged victorious, and its dissolution is argued by many to be said war's cause. It was more or less an intercontinental governing body of which your country of Holbrook was a proud member. You urge the professor to continue. Well, it turns out that THUNK is an acronym that means terribly huge, unstoppable, nasty killer. THUNK means terribly huge, unstoppable, nasty killer. They were created by wizards of old to compensate for their lack of brute physical power. The professor seems to shiver. They were outlawed by the council because the THUNKs, engineered magically by these wizards, had a habit of disobeying orders on a whim. Sire, this is all I have found so far. I will continue to look, however. You thank the professor and finish dinner in disturbed silence. So if we see one of these nasty killers, we're gonna be very sad. Is this one of them? It's not. This might have been the hero. Earlier we stopped here because we said, well, I don't want to deal with an enemy hero that is gonna come and try and destroy me. This guy ain't it. This is not somebody I need to be worried about. Does that mean that we should go back and try and press forward? Should we be thrilled and happy with the +1 Mercury and the +1 gems? Or should we press our luck? I'm gonna be bold and dangerous, folks. I'm gonna press our luck. I'm gonna do it. We're gonna press our luck. We're gonna see what we can find. And if we die, I'll feel very, very sheepish and very, very sad. Nice resupply there. We picked up like 5 Rangers, a couple of the champions, a couple of the Paladins. That was really nice. I don't think I need to defend this area. I think I'm okay to just wait. Because of this Freeman's Foundry and because of these troops right here, I'm going to actually pull the pikemen for now. And I'm just going to do a quick little jaunt over and back to try and save us the trouble of coming back later. We may never upgrade the swordsmen and the pikemen in this town. Yeah, sometimes I do, but as close as that is to there, the Freeman's Foundry makes it so that the upgrade's just not necessary. It'll save us 1,500 gold, 5 ore, 5, and 2k, but it can still be annoying, as you can see. Maybe someday I'll get to record a Danish voiceover for Archibald. That would be terrific, actually. I would love to see that. Anytime that we get to do any of that, spiffing, truly wonderful. So please do. Even if nobody asks you to, just take the initiative and just do it. That'd be great. We are 1 day away from getting our upgraded Rangers. We're gonna just wait 1 day. I think that upgrade is worth getting now, even though we're really hoping to get this turned into a castle. I think that diverting some of the resources away is going to be worthwhile because there's still much to do on this little spit of land, I think. I don't know if there's something over there. It looks like maybe there is, maybe there's not. I don't want to find out. I don't want to take the time to go out of my way and then be disappointed. So we're going to head north. Maybe we'll find out later that I was wrong. So let's pick up our Rangers now and do a big resupply. This is going to be a lot of Rangers and then Archers being upgraded. That's going to be 55 Rangers. We're going to wait on the cavalries, wait on the pikemen, wait on the swordsmen. I think that we got enough other troops that we don't have to worry too much. Is this enough to defeat Genies? Probably not, but we will wait and see. Pack of Power Liches, let's do that. And we're just going to roll right through them, no problems. For many of us Europeans who aren't native speakers of English or French, should learn at least one of those, or else we are limited to our birth countries. That does make sense. I've heard it said, and you can tell me how true it is, that lots of international business gets done in English, and for that reason, it makes sense to try and be stone liths, and a sawmill. And for that reason, it makes sense to try and do a little bit more. And if most people know English, then even if you don't speak their native language and you don't speak theirs, then you have that third language that you can kind of, go in between and translate that way. There's a very cute and lovely story I have to tell. There was a couple that love the American show Star Trek, which has Captain Picard and Spock and all those. It's a vessel that goes through space to the far reaches of space to explore and whatnot. And there's still Trekkies, people who love this show to this very day. And the cute little couple, a man and a woman, met at one of these Star Trek conventions, and they didn't speak each other's languages because she was from South America and he was from North America, but they both spoke Klingon, which was the fake language that the TV show had come up with. And so they were able to speak in Klingon, and they ultimately, eventually learned enough of each other's languages and back and forth, but they were able to communicate enough that they fell in love and they lived happily ever after. And that is something that I love so much. So having that third language that you both do speak could be useful. You find a hidden supply of berries in a small thicket near the gold mine. These should keep you alive for at least a few weeks. Oh, good. I was worried that we were about to die. We are about to die. Oh boy. Ooh. Wugmak. That's very scary. I want nothing to do with them. And we don't need the Switch's Hut. We don't really need the Freeman's Foundry. We don't really need the gazebo. I think that we just run. I think that we go back to the safety of our Lith and we bid them adieu. In Denmark, we must learn English from grade 1 and so on. At some point, we got to learn a bit of German. Our other business neighbor. And then we get to choose whether we want to learn a bit of French or enhance our skills in German. And I think that that's a really wise way of doing it. giving people a little bit of choice, but also saying, hey, you're gonna learn something. You don't have a choice. Because has anybody ever regretted learning something? Okay, I know that we've all come across things where it's like, oh, I could have done without knowing that before. You know, I mean, you know, there's stuff that comes up, sure. But in general, even though I went kicking and screaming to piano or voice lessons or something, as an adult, am I really happy that my parents said, you will learn an instrument, you will do this, you will do this? I'm not mad at all, because now I actually have those fun skills and I actually enjoy having them now. So yeah, being mandated that you must learn something sucks at the time and you're gonna get a lot of pushback. But eventually, you're gonna find that it was good to have that anyway. So I think that's some good educational requirements from your country. Lots of orc chiefs. We're going to defeat all these creatures. I think that Ambrose, I don't know why I had him go back here. We got stuff to do. We're going to trade these troops. Ambrose is going to go south, clear out this sulfur mine, while Gwyneth, Katarina, goes north. The orc chiefs, awed by the power of your forces, begin to scatter. If you wish to pursue and engage them, I do. 2 rangers, that's fine. But that's 420 experience. Ooh, and archery skill. I'm going to definitely take archery. That's very valuable in my eyes for the Knight faction. I feel no regrets about any of that. And we are going to go in this direction as well. Pick up the 1,000 gold and then defeat the Grand Elves. The Grand Elves want to run. I'm not going to fight the Grand Elves. I will take more losses than I would have with the Orc Chiefs. And so they're not worth the experience. They're not worth the losses. That's kind of my feeling on that. We're going to do it just like this. Tomorrow we're going to trade the troops because we're both out of movement points. Going to go south, going to go back, etc., etc. And then hopefully we'll take out this pack of genies sooner rather than later. We are to the point where it makes sense to pick up the marketplace tomorrow when we have enough wood. It makes sense to me because then we'll have 2 marketplaces that we can trade crystal for, my word. And if we have 2 marketplaces and we can trade crystal, we might be able to get our cathedral by the end of the week. We are currently 2 days away from day 7. Yes, we have 15 crystal. So we'll hopefully get to trade for 3 crystal. Let's do this quick swap here. In Romania, I had to learn English from primary school, and in middle school, I also had to choose from French or German. I took German because I've been learning it since before middle school. And you're happy with that choice? Like, I like German. I think it's a wonderful language. I guess, does French and German make sense? Kind of like what Steeson was saying, geographically, it makes sense to have those as the languages that they had you learn. Does it, like, I don't know if that question makes sense, but that's my question for you. And then I've been in the Netherlands for 2 years, and even though I don't speak a word of German, even after all the lessons, the grammar concepts I learned really helped me ease into Dutch, which I'm getting more and more comfortable with by the day. That is a good story. I appreciate very, very much that you're saying, yeah, I didn't really take to this one language, but it does help me with this other language I'm working on. And I'm glad that that's that concept of any amount of language or any amount of knowledge is going to help with other things. Ambrose doesn't want to actually fight these halflings. He really doesn't. We'll come back for the sulfur mine. That's 2 days. It's 1 day out of our way. It's 1 step out of our way. We'll do that now. And so what I'm trying to say is very interesting how learning a little bit of one language, even if it's not the language that you really take to, it still helps you in other ways, learning other languages and such. Folks, we are in a rough spot. Look at this. We've got Ruby, who's a nobody, but for purple. We've got Dimitri, who's a somebody for orange with his green dragons. Wugmok, who's special and a necromancer. We've got the yellow hero Crag hack. There's been a couple other heroes moving on. This has become a hotbed of activity, and maybe it's because the enemies have seen me and then they are trying to jump on Corribus. We're not going to let them. We're going to stay right here, and they're never going to see us again. Hopefully no enemies come by sea. If they come by sea, we're really in trouble. 25% of the Danish current young population will have a university degree. Before 2025, English is very useful to us in the plane of expert wisdom. Gotcha. Yeah, if that's how you got to learn your 5th level spells, then yeah, totally. Makes sense. Have you all found English to be very hard to have learned? I have heard that English is tremendously difficult to learn, and I'm not sure exactly why that is. I imagine that it's partially because it is multiple languages masquerading as each other and like stitched together because we take so much from everybody and we don't, English just kind of borrows from other languages a lot. And then there's slang and things like that. But what has been y'all's experience with learning English? Has it been difficult like I've been led to believe? Have you found it to be fairly easy? I'm very interested to know what you think about that. Stay 6. This trading post is going to be wonderful. And we will trade at a better clip than we otherwise were going to. Tomorrow. Cathedral tomorrow. That's what we're going to do. Well, Romania is in Eastern Europe, so far from France and England, and not exactly close to German-speaking countries either. True. Very, very true. I know my European geography just well enough to know that, yeah, they're not your neighbors like they are for Steeson. But they are two of the bigger countries on the continent, I believe. France and Europe, throw along with, like, I think of Italy, I think of the Netherlands, the Danes, the UK. Those are kind of the major players in Europe as I think of them off the top of my head. No disrespect to any of the countries I didn't just name, but yeah, geographically that makes sense that they're not your immediate neighbors. My word, folks, look at how many enemies there are here. Holy cow. The professor burst through your tent flap, one arm flailing wildly and the other holding precariously onto 3 large books. Sire, he huffs, red-faced and out of breath. I have found something of dire import. You motion for the exhausted man to sit and pour him a glass of water from your skin. He opens a book and sets it in front of you. Drawn on a page is a schematic of a large humanoid robot depicted as crushing walls with his fists alone. Hulk smash. See this picture? This is a thunk drawn by wizard Nemeth himself. Nemeth was the one who created the thunks in the first place. He was a very fragile and weak man and sought a way to intimidate his brawny counterparts at court. The thunk accompanied him everywhere, and nobody would even come near the man, let alone threaten him. The thunk was actually a decent bodyguard. Well, that is, until it grew tired of Nemeth's orders and tore him into several pieces with its bare hands. You rub your chin thoughtfully. Why didn't this Nemeth use magic to stop the thunk, you ask? The professor frowns. That's what I wanted to tell you. It turns out that not only were thunks endowed with incredible strength and military know-how, but they all had a magic orb placed in their skulls that made them totally impervious to magic. Oh gosh. Is that the sphere of negation? Is that the sphere that prevents all spell casting in battle? Is that the artifact that we're talking about? The Grand Council outlawed the production of thunks when this was discovered because the wizards could not control them if something went wrong. The professor closes the book and stares at you intently. Sire, if it's true that somebody in this wild continent has manufactured a thunk, they must be stopped. They could invade and vanquish our beloved continent of Corgarian without so much as a blink of the eye. If we manage to get off this island, sire, you must attack immediately. I warn you, however, you will not be able to defeat the thunk with magic, and it may be difficult to raise a large enough army to defeat him. You may have to resort to, shall we say, less honorable methods. But you must find a way, and soon. With that, the professor leaves you to your thoughts. Less honorable methods. Less honorable methods. When I see that, there's 2 things I think of immediately. I think, well, 3 things. Number 1 is that, so there's no magic, so there's no hit and run tactics. I can't just fight him, chain lightning him, and run. That's not going to work. So that less than honorable method is not going to work. I then think of maybe trapping the thunk in a place like on the other side of a Lith, and then taking his castle and then waiting 7 days so I don't actually have to fight him. That's less than honorable. And then what's the other way? You know, what other ways are less honorable ways of defeating a thunk? We will have to wait and find out. So if you guys have already know the secret, if you guys know the secret and I don't, let's keep it a secret until we get there. And at the last possible moment when Phixfox thinks that all hope is lost, and then, like, from the heavens, you can descend with this knowledge and you can save me and make this scenario go very, very well. That's my hope. Let's see. Unrelated to the language discussion, how did this professor keep all the books after the boat crash? That's a good point. This professor knows more than he's letting on to, and I think that we need some answers. We deserve answers. Yes, we do. So, yeah, who is this guy? Why is he causing us all this grief? What are we short? We're short wood? Folks, we're going to trade for 10 wood. We are going to trade for 10 wood. I can't help it. It must be done. Is there any chance that we can find wood up this direction? I don't think we can find wood here. There's crystal here, but let's go in this direction. And then Ambrose, I think he cannot make it to Katarina. This is our best chance to trade. We have to take our chance to trade right now. That's unfortunate, but we have to do it. Yes, Thunk does have the Sphere of Negation. Oh gosh. That means that actually being a knight is probably the very best thing for us. Probably it is. Because if you were a magic user, you would be in a little bit of a rough situation. You wouldn't know how best to move forward in the scenario. This is going to be so costly. We're going to trade here. We're going to trade here. We're gonna trade here. Folks, we did it. At the cost of like 20 precious resources, we finally have our paladins. But that's before week 2, and that feels okay to me. That really does. So now that's done, we can go this way or this way. I'm gonna just jet up here real quick, take care of the Magi, and then we'll come back. We'll accept these losses for the 2 Rangers, and then Ambrose can go and explore up in that direction. Tree City, we'll come back for the sprites. We'll come back. Because I really want to find out what is behind these griffins. I want to find out about these genies. No losses there. That seems great for me. Standing stones. Good, good. Well, in some Scandinavian words are driven from India. I believe the European languages in general evolved from English, German, French mixed with Greek, Latin, and a bit of Arabic, if I'm not mistaken. Unfortunately, scholars through history don't want to talk loads about the Arabic and West Indian influences on Western science, culture, and language is so very true. There's a lot of, for example, in mathematics, there's a lot of mathematical formulas and discoveries that are not named after the person who actually discovered them. Because in the West, it's almost like there's some kind of like propaganda about, oh, it wasn't a white guy that discovered this, so we're not gonna talk about it. It's like, I'm a big fan of, hey man, if you did something cool, you deserve the credit. That's kind of how I feel about it. Unfortunately, scholars don't want to talk about those influences. Less honorable methods. Dimension Door, actually, I don't know actually. Dimension Door, we'll call it less honorable. It's not that bad. I say that after this previous scenario where we just abused Dimension Door so much. Folks, a pack of genies is a lot. A pack of genies is a lot. Like, say that it's 5 stacks of 4. Well, not 5 stacks of 4. Is it worth it? That's the question. Is all of this worth it? Or is it better to come back later? I don't know what else this genie's guarding. I'm just going to take a step forward just to see. Grumbling on a rotting tree stump is an old man with a cane. You stop and ask him what the matter is, and he begins sputtering about a group of genies who have confiscated his home to the east. Aww. If you kill them for him, he promises to let you use the telescope in his hut, and maybe you can catch a glimpse of the mouth of the Kalamazar River. I see just the very edge of the hut of the Magi. I'm assuming that that's what that is. This wood, folks, we already ended up trading for all this wood. Although if we get the wood now, we can probably upgrade to a castle here. That's going to be basically 1,500 extra gold per day, 750 here, and the extras from the town. I feel like we're going to take tremendous losses if we do this. I want to get this now. We're going to wait. It just seems like a bad idea. We got troops coming. Give me just 1 week and we'll be right back. And Ambrose is going to go up this way in general. English is about 3 times as many words in their vocabulary than we do in Danish. So yeah, Master English is hard. English, high-level rhetoric in particular, I do agree with that. And I worry that sometimes I will say a word that is perfectly accurate for what I'm trying to convey, but it might be off the beaten path enough that it might be difficult to understand what I'm saying. Thankfully, context clues are great. I think people are smart and they can tell the gist of what I'm saying, even if the word is a little obscure. But then occasionally, I will say a word incorrectly. For example, the other day, my dad let me know. He said, hey, by the way, you're using the word onerous. And the word I meant to use was onus, as in that puts the onus on them. It puts the burden of proof on this person. It puts them in a position where they have to overcome some struggle. That's the way that I meant for the word to use. But the word onus is the correct word, and I was using the word onerous. So I'd hate it if somebody was trying to listen to me, learn English, and then I'm just completely confusing you because of my mistakes. That does happen. While pausing to rest, you notice a bobcat climbing a short tree to get at a crow's nest. On impulse, you climb the tree yourself and scare off the cat. When you look in the nest, you find a collection of shiny stones and a ring. That's going to be the elemental summoning ring. That could be nifty. Probably not for the Thunk fights, but maybe for some other stuff. Free treasure chests and the like. Computer Freak, hello, this is one of my favorite maps. Hey, it is very nice to have you here. I appreciate that this is one of your favorite maps. I like Thunk, and as I've mentioned previously, it's a map I haven't played in a long time. We are playing on the FHeroes2 version, and so the AI is going to play differently than the original Heroes Might and Magic 2 Gold might have played, and that's where I've originally played Thunk. I don't know what differences we're going to find from playthrough to playthrough, and so this is about as fresh of a playthrough as you can possibly have, given that I have played through it before. I don't think I've ever actually completed Thunk. Maybe I have. I don't know if I've ever completed Thunk, folks. Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. Still, worth noting in this, behind this Lith, by the way, there's lots of heroes all trying to get to us. It's a good idea for us to stay on this Lith and let nobody by. Meanwhile, back in Holbark, you, as Katarina, dispatch several scouts with orders to infiltrate the wild continent and find out what factions rule there, if any. 3 messengers have been sent with orders to return within 1 month of today. You wish them Godspeed, and then dismiss them. So, Dimitri, that's too much to handle. Figget Bobo, way too much to handle. That's bad. Troyan, it's a pack of Cyclopes. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Crag Hack, these are all fairly tough heroes that are coming by. Only 1 or 2 have been kind of bad, and so we explored into this area, and I'm very glad we did, because now if we ever want to come on out, we can do so without fear that there's an enemy sitting in the darkness like right here, and then we can play it safe, pick up our alchemist lab whenever we can, so on and so forth. Propaganda, you say? Who invented the word barbarian? The teacher asked Phixfox as he was playing FHeroes2 instead of paying attention in class. I don't know. I don't know. That's actually, I thought that the word was the word barbarian Roman or Germanic. I don't actually know. I have no idea actually. Oh, Avon. This is nifty. This is very nifty. I think that we need to immediately come this direction. If we're not going to be dealing with genies right now, I think that we're going to come this way. And I am to the point where I think to myself, maybe it's worthwhile purchase a 3rd hero just so we can bring these troops up to the front. And maybe that means it's time to start upgrading blacksmiths and armories and things of that nature. It's going to be a little bit of a slog, but we've got plenty of ore to get there, and the wood is already spoken for some other projects. So let's wait 1 more day, at which point we're going to upgrade the armory, and then we're going to circle back and defeat those genies in short order. There's a compass, yes. Oh, this compass is going to be marvelous right here. This true compass of mobility plus the holy hammer, if we can find this blue barrier tent. Where that is, I'm not sure, but we will find it. Never heard onus before. I think it's spelled O-N-U-S. Read it, never heard it. And that's how I am with a lot of the words that I use. I was a very avid reader as a young person, and so I mispronounced words all the time. I used them a little incorrectly, or I would mispronounce them because I read the words without hearing them in multiple bits of context and without hearing them read aloud. And on the one hand, you don't want to be the person that mispronounces words that everybody understands or everybody knows, because you don't want to appear foolish or like you don't know what you're talking about. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, I think it's a sign of intelligence for people in general to say, look, I may not know how to say this word, but I'm well read and I've read the word somewhere, and now I'm trying to incorporate it into my personal lexicon, into my everyday speech. And I don't think that there's any problems with that. So if somebody mispronounces a word, I don't personally ever get, feelings about it one way or the other. In fact, especially if English is not their first language, for example, I'm the kind of person that I sincerely just appreciate that, hey, they're working on it and they're getting better all the time, because, yeah, it's a tough language, like I've already mentioned. These losses are fine. 827 experience. It's fine. I don't think I could do much better. We're going to take the leadership here. That's going to be tremendous. And then, do we have anything here at all? No, we don't. But this Sorceress Castle. Folks, I'm glad we found this, and this might be a little bit interesting. And here's how I mean. We are going to have to choose. Do we want to grab an upgraded castle here or an upgraded castle here first? We have plenty of precious resources. We may be able to get phoenixes in the next 2 weeks. But then again, if you have 2 knight castles that are both pumping out similar troops, then you can have one very, very strong army. And that makes it a tough decision. Which one do you go for? That's a decision that we're going to have to come across. We're going to have to decide fairly soon. We are going to grab Ector the Knight, because I don't think that Wrathmont is going to be particularly useful in this instance. So we're going to get Rangers to the front of the battle. We're going to wait on the Cavalries, wait on the Paladins, because I don't want to pay to upgrade them. But we did already pay to upgrade Swordsmen and Pikemen, and that's going to be plenty to defeat the Genies. And then we're going to use all this wood that's hidden behind there, plus the gold, to move forward very, very soon. We only have 3 wood at this time. That's my plan. Let's see. My experience with English was I had access to English media from a young age, including Heroes, Might, and Magic. Yeah. So I learned it at the nearly same pace as Romanian, but I heard that people who have it when they are older have it pretty rough. That makes sense too. That makes a lot of sense. My kid is just getting to the point where he recognized, I had to tell him, son, you're listening to a bit of media that's in a different language. I think it was some sort of Japanese show about trucks. It's kind of like Transformers or something like that. Just a kid's show. And I had to tell him, hey, I don't know what they're saying because they're not speaking a language that I understand. And he's not quite 4 yet, but he understood enough to be like, oh yeah, like of course dad doesn't understand. And then I don't know if he felt good knowing that, hey, it wasn't just him who didn't understand. But I always think that if you introduce that to kids earlier and earlier, the better it is for them if they are going to be learning more languages. Of course, that's pretty well documented that that's the case, but it's nice for me to see that in action with my own kids. My parents, as an example, they had to learn English when they were in their teens, and while their English is mostly very good, no complaints, but sometimes they say some things, especially in more colloquial language, that sound kind of weird and or unnatural to me. And that pace, not just the pace, but also the phrases, the sayings, that does pop up sometimes, doesn't it? Where it's just like, huh, that's not quite how a native would speak it or say it. And I hope that wherever they go, if there's somebody out there that they don't, oh gosh, I hope that they wouldn't like correct them and like embarrass them. It kind of interesting. Let's see. Hey, I see you've signed up for the Kelvin Coin Open. Good luck. Hopefully it'll be another fun tournament. Yep, Steeson has signed up for the Kelvin Open. I am very excited for that. I am grateful for Steeson for kind of representing the FHeroes2 server, and I'm thrilled that he's going to do us the honor again of exploring and showing people what he's got. I'm very much excited to be in the corner watching him play and holding up my little Go Steeson sign. So I don't know when the Kelvin Open is going to be. I appreciate Ross, I think that's his name, Ross from Kelvin's Coin, for putting this on. I think it's a great thing he's doing, and I've said it before, I'll say it again. I appreciate everything that he does with Heroes, Might, and Magic too. So good on him, and I'm glad that he's found a very fun and interesting way to continue some of the excitement and some of the intrigue. What was the map going to be? Does anybody remember? Last time it was Broken Alliance. Do we know what the map is this time? Because that would be very interesting to me. I remember I read it, and I've seen it and I've played it, but it's been a while since I actually checked it out. Winterlands. Winterlands is a good map. What do we all think about Winterlands? Anybody else played Winterlands? Anyone have any thoughts about the pluses and minuses for the map itself? This is going to be a big fight, folks. I'm really not looking forward to this. I'm really not. Because if one genie gets onto my stack of Rangers and they get a 10% chance to half the stack, I'm just going to throw up on my shoes. I'm going to feel so bad. It could happen. It really could happen. By the way, Computer Freak, we got people from all over the world. Where are you from? Are you stateside? Are you overseas? Where do you hail from, sir? Okay, let's fight this fight. There's no other changes I can make as far as the... There's no changes I can make as far as the turn order goes. You see, I'm looking to see, okay, 4 speed, 5 speed, 5 speed, 6 speed, 5 speed. It might be worthwhile to actually have the 5 paladins here take a retaliation, because if they take a retaliation, they get halved on the stack. That's not nearly so bad as losing 20 plus veteran pikemen. And so I think I'm going to adjust things this way just a little bit. So it's going to go 6 speed, 5 speed, 5 speed. But I do want the Cavaliers to try and block off the Rangers. This would be a time where if I was better at using group formation, I could use group formation, put the Rangers, I think, right here, and then they would only have one genie that could get access to them. I think that that's how that works. I'm not very good with group formation. Let's try it. Let's try the group formation. And I think that this is actually the correct position for the Rangers to be back and not get a lot of attention. I think. East Coast US, great. I'm over in the mountain area. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I'm from Idaho. So East Coast, I've been out to Maryland. I've been up that far. I've got a lot of time spent in the South, a lot of time in Tennessee, a little bit in Kentucky, a little bit of time that's pretty much it. Mostly Tennessee and Kentucky. And then I've been all around. I've been Arizona, Oregon, stuff like that. But so I've been out to your side of the world, and it's beautiful out there. As somebody who loves green stuff, man, I've got 9 different shades of brown out here, and I love it when you get the East Coast and it's in bloom. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Okay, folks, there's nothing else I can do. Let's just fight this fight. And these losses look fine. So here's my concern. Folks, these losses look great. Do I accept these losses knowing that I might have gotten lucky and I could eliminate some bigger losses by just accepting this result? Or do I fight the fight myself and just test my luck and maybe get a 10% chance that I just lose more troops than I should? Folks, I'm scared. I think I'm going to accept these losses and forego the possibility of getting obliterated by a 10% chance. It feels bad. It feels like one of the few times that having this auto combat with FHeroes2 actually is a little bit of a cheat code for me and makes the game easier for me. But then again, there's lots of quality of life buffs with FHeroes2 that I really appreciate. For example, things like the turn order, being up at the top, things I could do myself, but it makes it so much easier in the moment to make the correct decision without mistakes. Things like that, the auto combat. There's some buffs and bonuses I really appreciate. But it does feel a little bit weird to not have to fight the fight myself. So, a noble woman, separated from her traveling companions, asks you for your help. After escorting her home, she rewards you with a bag filled with gold. That's 750 gold per day. That is tremendous. We are going to pick up this Hut of the Magi right now. We enter the rickety hut and talk to the magician who lives there. He tells you of places near and far which may aid you in your journeys. There it is. Ooh. I was expecting to only see one thing, but this is supposed to be the entrance to the Kalamazoo River. And so we have to go into this direction. It looks like we're gonna have to go here, and there's probably gonna be reefs as we go through. The logistics in the Pathfinder are gonna be very, very nice, I think. If there's gonna be beach and swamp that we have to deal with, that's gonna be a good extra bonus for us. We pick up the True Compass Mobility. An old man claiming to be an inventor asks you to try his latest invention. He then hands you the compass. That's gonna increase our movement on land and sea. Wonderful. One of the best things in the world that could have ever happened. We got plenty of gold. Let's take the experience. Let's actually take the ballistics here. Expert ballistics is super good. We do not have the blue barrier yet. I'll go out of my way just to show you. Speak the key and you may pass. You speak and nothing happens. Darn. Hey, I'm not all knowing, of course. I know that the Greeks called all foreigners from Westia barbarians because their words sounded primitive and uncultivated to them. They said that non-Greek speakers uttered bar, bar, bar when they spoke. Pretty racist and a bad thing to toss out in the open these days. You know what though? History is full of stuff, and I mentioned in the last stream, I'm never going to judge the past. I'm not going to judge people in the past by today's standards, because that just doesn't seem like that's going to do anybody any good. It is what it is. It was what it was, kind of a deal. And so, yeah, by today's standards, sure. Folks, I think that I have to go with the Knights here. The Sorceresses are totally better. They're totally better as a faction. But if I can get 2 Knight Castles, I think that that's going to make sure that we have one hero full of good quality troops. And then we're probably going to get rid of something like Eichmann in favor of Phoenixes later. And then as the Druid and Elf count goes up, we're probably going to supply troops differently. We're going to have, armies be mixed. I think we have to go with the castle. And that hurts my heart. It hurts my heart because I know that Phoenixes are so good. They're so good. And Sorceresses in general. But the fact that I have 2 Knight Castles versus 1 Sorceress Castle means I think that I must upgrade this town now. But fear not, we have 8 or 14 wood. We're going to upgrade this other town as soon as we possibly can. So we will get there. We will get there. Canada next. Come check our country out before the forest fires takes us all. Dude, there is so much smoke. So Idaho is, I guess, close to Alberta. I suppose. I guess that Alberta is my most immediate northern neighbor, and there is smoke everywhere in my country. I was going up, I took my kid camping the other day with his grandpa, and we had just the best time. It was such a good time. And the further north we got, the smokier it got, and it's pretty bad. I hope that you still have a country in just a little bit. So Rise, yeah, please stay very careful and stay very, very safe there. Always. For now, I think that, I think we're going to have Ector probably just grab this gold. And then I think that Ector's job for now is going to be to take one peasant and then sit on this trading post, just so that way if I need to trade, I've already got trading set up. I think that's going to be pretty good for me. And then Ambrose can be this kind of secondary hero and grab some of this other stuff as we try and go back home. I'm going straight for the boat. We just built a castle here. We're going to get the shipyard as soon as we can. It's going to be 30 wood that we need. We're getting 2 wood per day though. I think that rather than build up this castle, I think you got to get a boat so you can get the flotsam. Yeah, you got to get a boat so you can get the flotsam, so you can get more wood, so then you can upgrade both castles quicker. That's going to be our strategy. So let's wait on any purchases for now and then press forward very, very soon. Oh yeah, I'm going to beat that Winterlands map no sweat. It was easy the last time I played it. Yeah. But maybe the newest AI players have gotten way tougher since then. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. Yeah, we're neighbors. I'm from Edmonton, Alberta. Nice. Yeah. There was a friend of mine who I think it's Alberta, but he was from Tabor, and he would always talk about the beautiful, sweet Tabor corn. Apparently the corn from Tabor is some of the best corn in the world, and I still have yet to take him up on the offer to go and partake of his hometown's pride and joy. So hopefully I get the opportunity to go up there. If I travel outside of my backyard, folks, I will try and let everybody know, so that if anybody is interested in doing like a meetup, I'm always happy to meet somewhere in a neutral place where, you know, you have like a weapon nearby just in case I turn out to be a crazy person. That was always my joke when I was dating before I met my wife. I would try and take girls out places like mini golfing, because then if I turned out to be a crazy person, they had a club in their hands and they could beat me senseless and they could escape and run away. And I would tell them that, and generally I was met with positive responses. But one time I took a girl out and I said that, and she didn't get the joke, and she thought I actually was a crazy person, and that kind of put a dampener on the entire rest of the date. Yeah. Don't worry, it wasn't meant to be. I think that our humor just was not compatible, and that's okay. I hope she's doing well wherever she's at. So, I spelled West Asia in one word. They are around Turkey and such. The city of Troy, for God's sake. Oh, gotcha. West Asia. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I definitely missed that the first time. So thanks. Sometimes you guys have to spell that out for me. Not if, but when you say something, and I miss it. You're not going to hurt my feelings if you say, oh, hey, you thought I said this, or you thought I meant this, and Phixfox, you missed the thread. I would rather be in on the joke than just miss it. So wife's home, gotta go. Steeson, appreciate you, man. Have a great time with your family. Appreciate it. Meanwhile, back in Holbark, your first scout returns. He bows on one knee before speaking. Your queenliness, I bring news. The people of the wilds are not as primitive as we had thought. They raise armies and are producing weapons in numerous qualities. I fear they plan for war. I was unable to locate their base of operations, but they have numerous castles equivalent to our own. Good to know. Good to know. So numerous castles equivalent to our own. I'm guessing that they've got more castles than we do. We're going to go in this direction. I wonder if there's something over here that we've missed. It just seems like there's a little bit there and like a little bit there. I'm going to have to go and check those out. As Gwyneth heads back north. Daughter's diaper is full. Sorry, wife, but Phixfox. No, dude, take care of your kids. Always take care of your kids. You're never going to have me be sad if you're not taking care of your kids. I don't want to spend the wood. I almost got busy talking. As we've mentioned plenty of times before, the shipyard really is the best deal. It's going to be 5 more days before we can get a boat, but we're going to do that. And it's going to be the best thing for us. It makes me very sad, but that's got to be. Before I forget, let's go back to not grouped formation. And we are going to pick up just the swordsmen and the pikemen. We're going to go exploring. Gonna go exploring because everybody likes to explore. Hopefully we get some free gems here. Hector's waiting. On to the new day. Ooh. So I didn't really look at this before, folks, but that is very interesting. We're going to go check that out in 1 second. For once again, food once again is growing scarce. Though you know your sister must be on her way, you cannot help but hope you did not find out about the Thunk too late. What if they already have invaded? Already. Everyone always considered the people of the wild continent to be heathens and no threat to the mighty Corgarian. How wrong. You pray that Katarina hurries. Yeah, me too, man. Hope she figures out what she's doing. At some point, the watchtower could be useful. There's going to be lots of orcs available. We will see. We'll see. Folks, oh my goodness, look at this. Oh, I made a critical error. Look at this. We didn't actually have to fight the genies. There's wood here, at least 2 bunches of wood, not to mention 2 lighthouses. I made a terrible error. And then over here, peasants. Oh, there's something behind these air elementals. We have to fight them. Not with 124 peasants, though. Not with 124 peasants. Anything but. Anything but. Oh yeah, you can see signs for Tabor corn on every corner in the summer here. Worst case scenario, fixes crazy. Death by S Tabor corn. S tier Tabor corn. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be the very, very worst thing. No problems there. Sorceress town equals map 1. If I can, hey, I'll upgrade it when I can. We'll get there. We'll get there. Don't worry, folks. Just have faith. We'll make this happen. Night castles causing deforestation with all the wood they need. Seriously, you're not even kidding me. Think about it. You need 40 units of wood for 2 of the cavalries. Oh, it is paladins guarding this. We're going to defeat them. We got so many rangers. No problems. We're going to fight this ourselves, though. I think we can do better. There's 2 hexes worth of terrain there. Let's go up and see what we can do to stop this. Stop this ruthless aggression. I think that we definitely want the pikemen to actually take the hit if at all possible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we can't really stop the enemies from attacking. It's just going to be a struggle no matter what we do. The important thing is going to be probably, I would like to keep these. You know what? I kind of want to use the paladins. Here's my thought process, folks. Upgrading paladins to crusaders is terrible. You might as well use these paladins while you have them. Because while I will upgrade cavalries to champions, I'm never going to upgrade paladins to crusaders. The cost is too prohibitive. There's just too much cost. I'm not going to do it. I refuse. You will not find me doing it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Might as well attack because why not? Because unlike Heroes of Might and Magic 3, where the cost to upgrade is just the difference in the cost between the base level creature and the upgrade, in Heroes 2, it's double. And so you really have to think long and hard about upgrading these creatures. Rangers are going to attack this stack of 6. We'll kill here and call that a day. Better losses, worse losses. Those might have been worse losses, actually. Whoops. Might have thought that worse. She's got the opportunity for the wisdom. Even though the Thunks are immune to magic, that doesn't mean that all the other heroes running around are. Let's absolutely pick that up. Let's pick up 6 wood, 5 wood, and 5 more wood. That's 16 wood. All of a sudden, that's going to be enough to get us our first boat. I'm going to purchase the boat, funny enough, after we get there, because I don't want an enemy to summon boat. Because that would just be the worst thing to ever happen. I don't know how often that happens, but it's the kind of thing where if it happens once, my day is ruined. I'm like saying, everybody, well, stream's over. Appreciate you. Have a nice day, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Because if somebody steals my boat after I needed all those resources anyway, yeah, not a good time. So that means we can actually start to fill out this castle a little bit. So like this armory, for example, 10 wood. I'll do that because we're going to have plenty of gold. So long as I have 10 wood by the time I get down here, we're going to be fine. Although, does it make sense to have multiple heroes in the water? I think so. I think so. Might as well purchase another hero right now. Make it Marini because sure, why not? Give her a boat now. She can get in the water right now. It doesn't have to be Katarina that gets in the boat. It really doesn't. So let's do this. Hop in, and then as of tomorrow, we can start collecting some of this flotsam. And we're going to be feeling pretty good. There we go. That's a much better strategy than what we had before. And really, I do need this flotsam to hit. I need the flotsam to be wood more than anything else. Wood is what I need. Wood is what I'll take. So, by the way, we talked about this and we kind of ran away. Looks like the enemies cleared out an awful lot of fun stuff that was over here. But Tree of Knowledge, Obelisk, +1 to knowledge, +1 to attack skill, and a gold barrier if you can get there. I wonder about this. There's an obelisk there. I wonder if we can get around there. And if so, what it's going to be. So, Flotsam, we find nothing. We are very sad. Flotsam, we find some wood. We are very, very happy. I feel like... I don't know what's up there, but since another hero is probably going to land here at some point, I think that we're going to go south instead of north. Yeah, let's go south instead of north. I wish I had... Oh, I wish I had a hero that had scouting. That makes it a lot better on these maps. I'm trying to just inch closer and I keep clicking on myself. Yumi Pob, there's a barbarian castle here. We should make that a priority. I think we should make that a priority. So Gwyneth's going to head down here. We may trade for 1 wood in just a second. Make sure that she has another boat. She's going to get into the boat tomorrow. And so since Katarina's going to sail that way, let's go around the reef. Or should we go closer to the center? Oh my goodness, I adore the sea soundtrack in this game. It is beautiful. I could fall asleep to this any day of the week. I completely agree with you. Since we're going to go right there, let's just get a little bit closer. Do some scouting. It looks like it's maybe a spit of land, but any additional castle is going to be very useful. Yeah, it's so good that I'm sorry to even click away. I would like to just stay right on top of it, but back and forth we go. There is going to be some resistance there on the island. Some resistance anyway. As a reminder, folks, let's go to the info section. We are the Blue Knights. It looks like it's going to be red sorceresses. So yellow barbarians. We've seen lots of yellow barbarians that all have fun, kooky names. So yellow barbarians, we've seen lots of those. Green necromancers, we saw one person with a special name. It had Celia's portrait, but a different name. And we've seen purple, we've seen orange. Yeah, so we haven't really seen much of red, I don't think. But all these, like this barbarian castle, I think that we saw lots of barbarian heroes there. We see a barbarian castle there. I think there's going to be lots of that very, very quickly. Let's use Ector for the first time. Good job, Ector. Let's use Sulfur. Trade for 1 boat. And then let's go seafaring. I hope everybody brought their nausea pills, because I imagine at least some of these individuals are probably pretty prone to seasickness. I don't want to spend my time to go out of my way here and back because I want to get into the boat today. 850, 1, 2, 3, 4. It wouldn't be enough. We wouldn't have enough movement to go there and back to pick up everybody, but I might consider trading for 5 wood. How expensive is that going to be? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. And then that way we can take all these rangers. We'll upgrade the rangers now. And that's 137 rangers. Folks, we are pretty scary when it comes to that. Surprised they put all the horses on the boat? Yeah, these boats... Okay, what do you think? Would it be a good choice or a bad choice to make it so that there was a limit on how many troops could go into a boat? For example, in like Heroes of Might, or no, not Heroes of Might and Magic, in Age of Empires and like Warcraft, for example, you know, there's a system in like a lot of RTS games where transports can only carry so many troops. What if boats were in that same vein of thought? What if you had some limitations as far as how many troops you could carry? Would that be good or would that be bad? I think it would definitely add a realistic wrinkle to the game. But I gotta say, I don't think I would personally like it that much. It would be interesting, but that element does not, I want to say fit. It doesn't fit like it otherwise could. Oh, that's scary. In my opinion, it really is a mechanic, I think, more for other games and less so for Heroes of Might and Magic. Okay, we're picking up all these troops. We're going to try our very best to make use of these peasants. We're going to see. In fact, we're going to split these peasants into 3 stacks, and hopefully they're going to get in the way of these air elementals and they can help us out. This was Ambrose's whole job this whole time, was to get up this finger, and see what's over there. We will find out if he's going to be useful or not in that regard. There is one other castle here. Figget Bobo. Can we defeat a few red dragons and several genies? I think so. I do think so. If I could land over here, I would, because I would like to defeat them sooner rather than later. Since I can't, we're just going to land safely. Hope that nobody takes our boat. And then we will make our way from west to east. 5 villagers or 5 capped rams, onagers, take it or leave it. Yeah, exactly. Rise understands exactly what I'm saying. Where you've only got so much you can take. Could you imagine? It's like, well, peasants are useful because we can just stack them in the boat. All right, everybody lay down, and then like lay down on top of each other. And then the only question is that do you just stack them straight up, or do you lay the peasants down and then like do a crisscross where one layer they're this way, then this way, and then this way, so that way there's some more stability to your stack of peasants. Interesting thoughts that nobody has to think about. We're still waiting for 20 wood. We're also still waiting for enough wood and ore to get the sorceresses upgraded. We're working on a lot of different things here on this map. There's a lot of different things that we're trying to manage at once. And I'm hoping that we can make good headway while we enjoy this terrific story. Meanwhile, back in Holbark, your second scout returns. Your worshipfulness, I bring ill tidings. Can I pay you to bring me good tidings? I just want to hear the good stuff. Just tell me the bad stuff tomorrow. The people of the wilds are an exotic group. Most of their names I cannot pronounce, me either, but there was no mistake who was their leader. A wizardress living in a castle carved from volcanoes showed herself one day and declared the time for retribution has come. I don't know what it meant, my liege, but I fear she intends an invasion of Corgarian. Her name is Mok Choi, your highness, and she is very powerful. I don't know how she plans to conquer us, but she is confident in her victory, and I fear her confidence is justified. Her armies are incredible. This is all I have, Katarina. Use it well. The scout bows and leaves your chambers. Her armies are incredible. This is what I got. Take it or leave it. I don't even care. It's your choice. It's up to you. I'm going on vacation. Thanks, Mr. Scout. Sphinx, very interesting. I love Sphinx. It's very hard for me to ignore those. We pull a shipwrecked survivor from a certain death in an unforgiving ocean. Grateful he rewards you for your act of kindness by giving you the caster's bracelet of magic as +2 to our spell power. I'm going to grab the flotsam. Do I go back for this gold here? I'm to the point where I think I'm actually starting to use gold a little bit. So we'll go out of our way for these treasure chests. After spending hours trying to fish a chest out of the sea, we open it and find 1,000 gold and the kinetic pendant. So being immune to paralyzed spells, actually pretty nice. And by the way, I checked and it does apply to the Cyclopes. The Cyclopes, of course, have the special ability where they can paralyze 1 or 2 units if they are able to do their laser eye attack. And that artifact does, in fact, prevent damage or prevent that spell effect from taking place. Just in case you're wondering. Little fun things I check out here and there. Whoa! I didn't have the wood to get my Thieves Guild, and so I didn't have the time to really check to see what the defenders were here. We were going to fight this fight one way or the other, but my word, this is not a small thing, folks. Let's fight this fight again. RTS games have supply systems, so capacity is already defined well. To add this to Heroes of Might and Magic, it would mean to introduce a brand new concept into the game. Plus, Heroes of Might and Magic scales very fast, so where do you put the limit for the boats? It would add realism, but it wouldn't fit into the game, in my opinion. Could not agree more with you. Very, very well said, Vamp. Very much appreciate it. Use it well. Why is the scout ordering her? Yeah. Hey, man, what's this about? We've got some okay spells. Not a lot of spell power. Well, we got 2 power, 2 knowledge. That's better than I remembered it being. Looks like the turret is going to be pretty good for them. Pretty good. Wolves are going to come out. War trolls are going to get to go before my other creatures, at least before my rangers. I'd love to protect the rangers. I'd love to keep the Cyclopes from doing tons of damage. I think that turn 1 we cast the curse on the war trolls. Turn 2 we cast curse on the Cyclopes, because reducing their damage pretty much by half is awesome. And they can still do some damage. I'm not so worried about the rest of these troops. I think that they're going to come to us rather than us having to go through the wall. If I had to guess, I would think that that's going to be what happens. So let's do the curse now onto the war trolls and reduce their damage. let's go into a defensive position around our Rangers. 2, and a couple. I hate you. Hate you so much. I hate him so much. He can't do it again, and the blind's only going to last for 1 turn, but I hate him so much. If I saw a hero there, I would expect there to have been some kind of, I don't know, some kind of need for a cure or a dispel. I did not anticipate that that would be very important right there, though. I did not. The best thing I can say is that they're just going to use their ranged attacks, and they're going to keep the rest of their troops in the castle. As soon as the Rangers start to do damage, though, I think they're going to change their tune very, very quickly. 17 of our spell points left. The magic arrow for 20 points of damage does nothing. It does nothing. I think the stone skin's actually going to be pretty okay for our Rangers, though. I wonder if the stone skin actually helps reduce damage from the turrets. It does not. Well, maybe it does. I don't know. Have to see. That shield is pretty bad because I wasn't going to attack them this turn anyway. And it's going to expire in just 1 turn, so that was a misplay on their part. So they had 1 really excellent spell and then 1 really bad spell. Down to 117 of our Rangers. We're going to skip here. Cyclops are coming out to play. I'm going to sacrifice the Paladins. They're going to sit right here. That's their job. Sit and wait and keep them stuck. And the next turn we will deal with them. We're going to kill so many War Trolls. We're going to kill all the War Trolls. And then I'm going to trust that other troops are going to scale through the moat and deal with the pigs in just a moment. Paralyzed goes down. I don't feel too bad about it. I think turrets have 10 attack or some, so I think defense actually protects against them. Not sure. I know for sure that shield does not protect against the ballista fire, but I feel like the defense does matter because, yeah, it says fires with the strength of 19 archers, each with a 2+ bonus to their attack skill. Of course, that goes up. The number of archers equivalent and the attack skill goes up depending on attack skill, defense skill, I think, and how well built the castle is. So more than that I can't say, but I think that's where I'm at with that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's just put the Master Swordsmen away from the Ogre Lords. I'm gonna let them 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna engage with the pikemen. I'm not too worried about the pikemen losing some of those guys. Otherwise, tons of Cyclops are going down. They've got no more left turret, right turret. That's perfectly fine for me. I think that the curse is actually a little bit useless now. I won't mind if I lose any of these troops. I really won't mind. I'm just going to back off. Maybe the Cyclops will go around. Maybe they'll try and go through. I don't really care. The losses are kind of what they are. I don't see a clever way of me fighting this fight any better at this point. I really don't. Yeah, I just don't see a clever way of me fighting this fight. So, unfortunately, the Rangers are always going to go last. I really wish I had a haste. Really do. Pikemen actually beating the Ogres. Yeah, our attack skill and our defense skill is so good. We're doing really great on that. Gonna kill 1 to 2 of these Cyclops. We'll deal with them in a moment, but yeah. Fight's over. Fight's over. Imagine if I hit Q there and I ruin it. It feels bad to go this far and then just finish the fight without actually finishing it. So we're gonna do it that way. We already talked about how the Paladins were, I'm never going to upgrade them, so you might as well use them. I think that the biggest loss here is these 31 Rangers. That really feels the worst to me. The Swordsmen and the Pikemen, they're doing their job, and that's great. We're going to take the leadership over the archery. As much as I love going from 10% to 25% bonus damage, I think that the leadership is even better because then you can do double damage if you get good morale. That's my thought process. As good as the Rangers are, I think that we can do a little bit better than that. Whoa, I am very glad that we picked up this castle when we did. It's month 2, week 1, day 2. Folks, I feel like we're a little bit behind schedule, and yet I think that we are at least starting to hit some of these marks in a pretty good manner. The only thing that this guy and so my computer just straight up overheated. That was actually not a connection issue on my end. That was just my computer saying, dude, I don't know what you think you're doing, but it's 150 degrees in here, Celsius, and I'm just going to peace out. So my computer just peaced out. So what that means is that we're unfortunately going to have to refight that fight. I'm not going to refight it. I'm just going to accept whatever losses the AI says that we're going to take. We've fought it once. If I could have done better, that's on me. I should have just had a better system in place. So let's pick up the Caster's Bracelet one more time. Bits of gold from the treasure chest, connect pendant. If this is looking familiar, it's because it is, because we had to restart that previous day. I don't think there's any major issues though. It should be fairly quick just to get caught back up to speed. So let's do this. Wow, we lose so many more troops though. We did so much better. I'm gonna fight this fight real quick. I'm sorry, I have to, but at least we know how much quicker it's gonna go. The only thing that is terrible is this, folks. Now I know that the very first spell that comes out is gonna be a blind, and we're gonna counteract that. So I feel bad, but you know what? My computer just went down in a blaze of glory. That's not my fault. So we're gonna take our advantages where we can get them. Okay, Master Swordsman with good morale, might as well go into the wolves. We'll deal with them in a moment. War Trolls, they do get that initial shot off. Unfortunately, this fight's gonna go a little bit different because we didn't have the Cyclops go into a defensive position round one. That actually might have been better for us, because now I feel like I'm obligated to spend some time going there. Although the veteran pikemen are going to get to go before the Cyclops, they can engage with the Cyclops in second. Let's kill all the War Trolls yet again. I think you'd rather your computer is not ablaze, glory or not. I could not agree more with you. If my computer is ablaze, bad, just bad. I don't know a lot about computers, but I know that if your computer is too hot, that's bad. Is there anything else I should know about computers? Probably, but for now, we're going to just assume that that's the bulk of it. The Paladins, I really do want the Paladins to take this fight, but it'll work out. We're gonna wait on the Cyclops there. We're just gonna obliterate the Orcs. The fight, the losses are gonna be worse overall and still generally better. 1 to 2 Cyclops or tons and tons of Ogre Lords. Let's take out, what was that? 13 Ogre Lords. Way better. And then the pikemen are just going to have to stand their ground. Master Swordsman even? Sure. Why not? Why not? Okay. Ooh. So I got good morale, but they did too. Ow, we actually do. Yeah, we're going to take a lot more losses this fight than we did the first time. So, wow. It's pretty bad. This is not how you do it, folks. Ow. Okay, and then from here I'm going to hit Q. 40, 18, 9, 5, 2. Again, losing the 40 Rangers is really the problem that I have the worst issue with. But we lost way less Swordsmen, way less Pikemen, and the 5 and 2 is not that big of a deal. So overall, we'll take that, and we will take the leadership there. And then we do come back into this castle, and we find it here. Okay, back up to speed. By the way, if we do drop stream one more time, like if my computer just can't handle it, we will call it for the day. I will type in chat and let everybody know on my phone. I'll go through Twitch chat and I'll let everybody know if we have to kill the stream because of heat problems. What would the Cyclops have done with 2 paralyzed units around them? They will break the paralyze. They will spend the time to do that, and good for them. I think that's always gonna be the right decision for them to do that. This fight I feel much worse about, given that our Master Swordsman numbers have dipped so low. We just don't have enough troops to win and fight. So we're going to actually go back into the boat. We're going to pick up the sign. This map was created by Timothy Duncan. If you liked it, please email me at tduncan@haverford.edu. I feel like we should all do that. Should we all just, right now, let's just go get our emails out and say, hey, we appreciate this. Thank you so much for all you do. I know that this map was created, what, 20 plus years ago? I bet he doesn't even use that email still. And yet, I think that'd be really, really fun. Just to see if he's gonna respond. That would be wonderful. There's been a time where I've actually hoped that I could maybe track down some of the original kind of map makers, map designers, maybe even some of the original map devs, just to see if they have any thoughts about the state of the game now, if they're surprised about the way things went, maybe catching their ear a little bit on the development process for the Heroes games and how 1 turned into 2 and 2 to 3 and so on and so forth. I just don't know if any developer would be interested in doing that is maybe the thing. So Bigot Bobo is back. We're gonna stay in the castle. We're gonna lose very, very quickly. Very, very quickly, I dare say. Split that way. But we'll make them take a little bit of damage all the same. In fact, again, if I could land there and land behind them, I would. We're gonna sail north because we're going to get a resupply of those Crusaders like we had talked about. I'm guessing that that's way too much to deal with right there. Yeah, and we're going to land. Very, very briefly, we're going to land and go in this direction because there's 14 Crusaders here. We have quality troops. We just lost a bunch there a second ago just for whatever reason. Another Knight Castle. I feel much more vindicated about this choice for upgrading this castle now, actually. I do, because now there's even more castles that we can levy Knight-based troops from. That feels okay. I see one treasure chest here, sea chest, that's what I was really going for. And then everybody else is staying put. Kind of annoying that there's dwarves here. Makes it a little bit difficult to get to some of these towns for me. We'll see though. Did we land? We did. Okay. So we're going to lose that castle that we just fought so hard for. Red is coming our way. Red just summoned a boat. And after summoning the boat, they hopped in. We may need to fight off Red sooner rather than later. We will see who that hero is. If we can prevent them from getting a good scout on us, then it will blunt their offensive. So I'm pretty excited to see that happen, actually. There is just enough here that we can defeat one of these Genies. Oh. What? Cold Ray does 40 damage? Oh, but they have 18 hit points. Okay, gotcha. Never mind. I'm going crazy. I'm losing my mind. For some reason, I thought that they might have like the Heart of Ice or something. What I'm looking at here is double hex attack, double hex attack. Is there any way I can get them to hurt themselves? I don't think so. Because it's going to go Genies, then Trolls. That's going to be 2 bits of damage. We can't stop it. And then we just basically threw away 2,500 gold. I didn't know it was going to be throwing it away. I thought maybe we'd get a little bit of scouting before bad things happened. This is important to me. Troyan. Troyan's a nobody. We just have to defeat her as quickly as possible. We really do. And she's basically going to donate us a free boat. I will take as many free boats as she wants to give me. I've seen some of the original creators showing up in some Heroes of Might and Magic 3 videos on YouTube, some of them more recent. That is very interesting to me. And that's the kind of thing that I'm very interested to watch on YouTube. Game development, as we find Mantado, is a long and arduous process, and I love Easter eggs that map developers put in there. I love their insights when they find something that they just thought it was the coolest thing ever. I am very, very interested to see what they say and how they feel about the game all these years later. I don't know. I'm sure that every game designer hopes that their game will live on for a long, long time and everyone's going to enjoy it. I'm sure that they would appreciate that. But how often do they expect that to happen? Are they amazed with where Heroes of Might and Magic as a series is in this day and age? I think that they must be. I think that they have to be. And I hope that it makes them happy and brings them a lot of satisfaction and joy. I'm going to pick up the moat right now. It's only gold cost, and it'll potentially stop Troyan from being silly with us. We are going to take this castle before anything else happens. Wow, she's getting a lot of scouting done. Yeah, they're getting a lot of scouting done. Oh my goodness, the summoned boats are coming out, folks. I am terrified of this. I don't know if I can deal with this aggression that's coming our way. I hoped that my hero in the boat would just claim all the freebies in the water and we wouldn't be accosted in any way, shape, or form. Looks like that might not be the case. And I am going to want to rehire Marini if she goes down. In fact, I think she will. I don't think we could stop it. Troyan's coming, and I think that Marini's been spotted. But more annoying than that, there's issues knowing that defending multiple castles is very, very tough when the enemy can pick and choose which castle they go to. That's very difficult for me to deal with. Pathfinding might be more useful. We unfortunately don't have a view towns, or a view, or a summoned boat anyway. We're gonna have to pick up summoned boat at some point. Barbarian Castle, Barbarian Castle, Barbarian Castle, Barbarian Castle, probably a couple more along the shoreline. And I don't feel bad about defeating Barbarian Castles. I think that that's worth our time. Like staying away from the mainland, I mean, that could be worthwhile. I seem to remember that there's the river here, and you go up the river, and you can eventually get into the point where you can save Corribus. Of course, Corribus as a lost condition, you know, we've got to get him. But do we rush to go get Corribus now so we have a fantastic hero that's ready to obliterate our enemies with his might? Do we save him and hold out? Or do we defeat some of these barbarian castles now and let them get stronger and stronger? I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer. That's going to be a decision that we have to continue to think about for the next little bit, folks. But otherwise, it looks like there's plenty of mines on the map, nothing nearby. We've gotten what we can. One of them said that they were very glad how the Heroes Might and Magic modding scene is turning out and how people are adding to their game. Also, Paul Anthony Romero is contributing to the Horn of the Abyss soundtrack. I did see that. I saw that he made the Factory soundtrack. I thought that that was wonderful of him. One of my moments, I'm not really starstruck by celebrity all that often. I'm really not. But it really tickled my heart very, very much when he commented on a YouTube short that I did about him. I said Paul Anthony Romero and how he's done, you know, the music for all the Heroes Might and Magics, and he saw it and he commented, and that made me very, very happy. So yeah, occasionally I watch his live streams on YouTube. It looks like a lot of it's either doing tutelage with people where he's helping doing piano lessons for individuals, or he's doing stuff like doing his workouts and stuff. So, you know, he's not, you know, it's not him in the middle of orchestra practice, but it's still pretty cool to see. Magic Arrow, goodbye sprites, as we run. Math Obsessed, hello good sir. Hello Math Obsessed, how are you doing? Very nice to have you here. Are we bringing you over from YouTube? Or are we just catching you here on Twitch for the first time? We're having a pretty fun scenario so far here with THUNK. THUNK is, as many people have already mentioned, an incredibly difficult scenario. We are finding some unique challenges, and we were just discussing what our best course of action is. Whether or not it's going to be to go and save Corrubus the Knight, who is a level 26 Knight with 12 attack, 13 defense, or whether we should try and let Katarina the Knight try and do some other stuff here. In the meantime, I don't know. We're still going to decide on that in just a moment. Otherwise, we have two castles. We've got up to a cathedral on one. We're still looking to build up a cathedral on the other. And then it looks like we just picked up this knight town here that has nothing. It's got nothing. So there's a lot of good stuff going on and then a whole lot of nothing. I think that Victor is going to stay put on his little trading post here. I'm going to hit Z for sleep. I'm going to hit Z for sleep on Corribus too. I don't know why I haven't done that yet. But folks, it's month 2, week 1, day 6. Eventually the enemies are going to be too tough to deal with. I think that we have to be pretty smart about what we do here. I think we do. We'll have to figure this out. Meanwhile, back in Holbark, your third scout arrives in several pieces. Back in Holbark, your third scout arrives in several pieces. Did he leave in several pieces? Or is that a recent development? A knife has been used to attach a bloody piece of paper to the remnants of the scout's head. It reads, "To whoever sent this knave into my midst, prepare for war. My armies are mobilizing as we speak. Your ancient transgressions will not go unpunished, as you may have previously thought. Signed, MC." You swallow hard and drop the note. I think the MC, I think it was the person in the volcanic castle. I think that person's name was Mok Choi, M-O-K space C-O-I-A or something like that. We'll see. Oh, wait a second. Folks, look at this. We can reach with our multiple 1, 2, 3, 4 lighthouses. No, 3 lighthouses. We can reach from here to here. And if we are right outside of our castle, Troyan cannot take this castle from us. We can't get a resupply, but we can land and we're going to have a great time. Great time. Vamp says, yes, it is Mok Choi, Math Obsessed from YouTube, but nowadays it's banned in Russia, and I'm even more happy to see you live. I'm thrilled. I enjoy Twitch because I get to spend time talking to everybody here. And as fun as it is to hold a conversation with myself as I'm playing solo without other people in the chat, it's really, really nice to have your insights, your wisdom, and quite frankly, chat makes me laugh all the time. So I'm thrilled for you to be here. So thank you so much for the time. I think it was Absolute Zero who said that he really didn't like using victory condition heroes because if you are caught off guard, it can just end your map. And that's very, very true. Very, very true kind of point there that he's making. Because there is some strategy that is critically useful when it comes down to retreating tactfully and surrendering wherever necessary. And if you don't use that, or if you don't have that at your disposal, the map is going to be inherently different. And then of course, we all know that the very worst thing that can happen is that you find your win condition sniped from out of the darkness and you had no chance possible of saving them. No chance. And you just lose. You just lose. It's over. And you feel like there was nothing you could have done, and that feels bad. That feels so bad. We're going to get rid of the one paladin. He's going to stay here. This is his new home as we pick up these 28 pikemen. These 28 pikemen are going to get upgraded in the Freeman's Foundry. And it was very nice of them to summon us another boat for our purposes. So I'm thrilled for it. For being a pretty non-graphic game, Heroes of Might and Magic sure has some pretty gory flavor text. That one was pretty gory. I do agree. And I guess you can say that that's more Mr. Duncan's style. But, I mean, even the ending screen, if you lose, there is what? There's, in Heroes of Might and Magic 2, beef jerky in a cage, as I've said many times, whenever we lose. You know, there's just, you're stuck in a cage and you're dying. Then there's also... in Heroes 3, you get the guillotine, which is wonderful, I'm sure. So, you know, little stuff like that makes it kind of rough. Folks, we saved our magic arrow, and for these 5 sprites, if we hadn't have, we'd be feeling so bad. But because we have 40 hit points worth of damage, we are now going to take out their Cyclopes completely, and the enemy has fled. 1 Ranger, 1 Master Swordsman. It would have been wonderful if we could have found a way to keep them from running. I don't think it was that likely. So we do lose 1 boat there. That's okay. All good. All good. I think that we have to make the decision now, folks. Do we go up the river? Does Ambrose, as the level 3 knight, do his very best to hold down the fort and to make sure that this aggression from Red does not derail us? Or do we take out barbarian castles where we can before we head off to go and capture Corribus? If we didn't have as strong of an army, I think that I would say that we should just wait. But we've got a really pretty good strong army. I think that we should take out the barbarians now, and then we can have 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4 barbarian castles accruing troops for us and not to be used against us. And I think that that really will be the very best thing for us. So that's what we're going to do. We will defeat, or we will probably send somebody up with a boat to Corribus as soon as possible. But until he gets there, until we get some bonus time with him, we're just going to have to tell him to hold his horses. Before we do anything else, though, we did just get this spare boat. Let's send Vitania. Oh, funny enough, she's a level 2 sorceress. Does she have anything with her? View towns, view resources? Tell you what, we're going to have her cast that immediately as she hops into the boat. And just see what we can find. View resources. It looks like the map is devoid of resources. There's a little bit here, but in general, the enemies have soaked it all up. There's not much else to be had here. So that's pretty interesting there. View towns, though. Now this is interesting. Folks, this is interesting. Necromancer. I'm having as much of a hard time as you are with viewing this as well. It's pretty tiny for my screen. Although I guess I can do this real quick. 1 sec. This is going to make this look very bad for you, but it'll kind of give you a little bit of a magnification effect. Necromancer. Warlock. Ouch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Warlock castles owned by yellow, orange, green, yellow, green. And then wizards to the north. 2 purple wizards, 1 more purple wizard, 4 purple wizard castles, a barbarian orange town there, and then there is one more barbarian castle along the coast. I don't know if these coastal barbarian castles are like separated from the rest of the mainland by like a mountain range or something, but I do want to take those barbarian castles. It may be very difficult to hold them if there's going to be aggression unfettered through this area, but we're not going to know until we find out. So Vitania has just earned her keep. Good job, Vitania. That view towns spell just did wonders for me. I'm going to send her the long way. I'm going to assume that there's more enemies in the water in this direction. We're going to have Katarina go up, maybe land. We'll see how good that is. And then otherwise she's going to get one resupply from Ambrose. And then we're going to defeat some barbarians. That's my plan. And once again, with only one wood, we are struggling to build up our castles. We are having a really hard time. This is not great. Player note, due to the unpredictability of your actions, I am unpredictable after all. The story will from here on out be conducted by map geographic events and accompanying text file. The only one you need to know now is that once the hero THUNK is killed, please read journal entry 4, and once the map is finished, please read entry 5. Other entries will be introduced at the correct times. So that's very interesting. In the Heroes of Might and Magic 2 manual, there's actually the journal entries that THUNK is indicating here. And so you can, when the time comes, we will go and we will do that. We will read that. So that way you get the full story. But very interesting that that's the way that they decided that it would be best to make this map work. And I do think that that is a good decision, so I'm all for it. Lucky Rabbit's Foot, plus 1,000 gold in the sea chest, good. +1 for your attack, plus 1,000 gold, good. Anybody can grab this for me. Well, never mind, pack of genies. Why has it got to be genies? Genies are so bad. And by bad, I mean good. By the way, Vitania starts off with 4,000 movement points by sea. Oh my gosh. She is a terror on the high seas. No army, but she is speedy. As you sail through the gap in the reefs, you can't help but notice the large castle sitting on a promontory to the east that overlooks the ocean around it. Though not particularly menacing, you can't help but feel a chill when it dawns on you that this castle wasn't here in the past. When did the savages on this continent become so powerful? Very good use of the text there. Heroes of Might and Magic is already really tough with how the AI has more castles and cannot produce you. The FHeroes2 AI that combines forces makes this nightmarish. Yep, I agree. But we're in an okay spot right now. This is not ideal, but this is okay. This could be worse. How about that? We're probably going to need to trade for wood so that we can get to champions in just one moment. Can Ambrose reach here in one day? Looks like he'll be able to. All the same, just in case, let's have Hector be our little trading buddy. I think it's only 10 wood for the upgrade. Yep, for these cavalry's 2 champions. That's 28. And then the Rangers, the Pikemen, Swordsmen, and then some additional Crusaders. That is a pretty good looking army. That feels okay to me. And we have 4,000 gold left over. So the only thing that might be a problem here is we might suffer as we try and deal with these couple of champions here. Looks like 8 champions are going to get left behind. And that's okay. We'll pick them up next time. I'm not going to land on the genies. That's just going to take me a little bit too far out of my way. It's a good artifact. Not having to worry about the blind is really good. But it takes me one full day out of my way. This could be a mistake. I'm going to land, though. I will land. If we get the 10% chance of being unlucky, I'm going to feel so foolish. And this is inadvisable at this point, I think. But I'm going to do it. I really will do it. We are going to once again do the closed formation, hope that we can keep the Rangers safe, and we will hope that these genies don't obliterate us. We are going to have the speed bonus. We don't have much spells to really slow them down. We do have the blind now. We can deal with 1 stack. Let's hope that this goes well and hope for the best. Ouch. 78 Rangers, folks. It cannot be allowed to stand. That cannot be allowed to stand. That is clearly an instance where the Genies got lucky with the 10% chance. This cannot be. We've got to find a way to change this up. Do you know Max Verstappen from Formula One? That's what I see when a hero has tons of movement points on C. I don't know Formula One, but those Formula One drivers and races are very, very intriguing, very exciting. So I don't know that personally, but that's pretty interesting to me. By blinding the top stack, maybe we have shuffled the deck. Maybe the RNG has changed. So far, possible. No guesses now. I would rather lose, I think, 9 Crusaders over 74 Rangers, though. Sounds crazy, but I think it's true. Good. No! It happened. Folks, it happened. Genies destroy half the enemy troops. Genies do 585 damage, 9 Crusaders perish. Ouch. It hurts so bad. There was nothing else we could have done. But you know what? Ouch. That hurts. I would, again, rather lose 9 Crusaders than 74 Rangers. Sounds crazy, but I think that's right. In those numbers, I think that's right. Doesn't make it hurt any less, though. Let's grab Medal of Courage. Sweet. Oh, you know what we didn't do? We didn't hire Marini back. She had Caster's Bracelet for +2 spell power and a couple of other things. Yeah, she's gone, man. She's gone. That happened last week. As I've said before, and I'll say again, I get busy talking. Get busy talking. What nifty stuff do we have here? Another Sphinx. But what could the prize possibly be? A Genie Lamp? That's not too bad. Let's, rather than have Vitania be a scout, let's have her go up the river and see if she can drop off the boat to Corribus. Let's see if we can make that happen. Ambrose is going to try and hold down the fort. If an enemy lands right here, then these troops are just kind of stuck in no man's land and you can't get them out. That feels pretty bad. Thankfully, Katarina's going to be heading towards the Barbarians sooner rather than later. Oh, they did take our town from us. That's interesting. Maybe they'll upgrade it for us. That'd actually be so good. Let's let them upgrade that castle for us. You come upon a very old woman, long blind from cataracts and dying alone. You tend to her final needs and promise a proper burial. Grateful, she gives you a magic pendant emblazoned with a stylized eye. It lets you see with your eyes closed. So blindness spells are not going to hurt us anymore. Getting that crowd control, that hard crowd control out of the way actually feels really good. It was a huge cost, right? We all agree that was a huge cost for 9 Crusaders, but I will take it. Not my favorite thing, but we will take it. Yellow is in the boat. Vitania is... I could go down to the bottom left corner. I don't remember if there's anything there or not, but we're not going to find out. This would appear to be the only entrance to the Kalamazar River that is deep enough to allow your ship passage. Your navigator tells you that once you make your way through the delta, it should be pretty easy to sail close to the mouth of the river, as it is fairly deep throughout its entire length. You tell everyone on deck to watch out for mud so that you do not suffer the same fate Corribus did. Let's stay far away from the coast if we can help it. We don't want to accidentally get attacked by an enemy standing by. Looks like this is more the mouth than this is. Maybe we'll come back for some of these other goodies, but I don't think I can get distracted. We have a plan, and the plan is to get our high value knight back to safety. Still way too far away on some of these other purchases. I'm going to leave this alone for now. We've got plenty of ore. Let's go for the right turret. We got red landing by our sorceresses. Again, maybe they will upgrade those for us. Purple has gotten into the boat right there. That looks to be not too big of an army. Dag Thuk. Don't say that too fast, otherwise you'll be embarrassed. We are so close to be able to landing, and we're not going to be able to. That's sad. And that kind of means that this moat and any of these defenses we built up are going to work against us for now. Let's purchase whatever peasants we have. We're going to split them up into multiple stacks. And we're just going to try and hold on and just, make him think twice. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to do that, but we will do our best. And actually, if he stays in the castle, I think he'd have to be thinking several turns ahead. Instead, I think that he's either going to get back in the boat to try and escape or go up land. And if he does, we can land in front of him and then maybe stop him from getting back to the castle. I would prefer not to fight him in the castle if I can possibly help it. Okay, red does take our Sorceress Castle. Our forces suffer a bitter defeat. Let's take a good look at this guy. 47 War Trolls, 29 of the Cyclops, 30 of the Wolves, 44 Ogre Lords, 91 of the Orc Chiefs. My word, this guy is pretty tough. 13 attack, 7 defense, blood morale, Irish luck. This guy's gonna be tough. We do not want to fight this guy in a castle. We do not want to fight this guy in a castle. We're just gonna skip again and again and again and just let the turrets try and do some damage. We'll see what happens. He's the best in the world right now, I think. He's become a bit of a meme with how he's not only the best, but also has been the best for several years consecutively, and nobody's winning against him. That's always very, very impressive when you see someone do that. When they just obliterate the competition, when they fight and win. Seeing someone at the top of their game is always a pleasure. Unfortunately, so I don't really love tennis, but Roger Federer was one of my all-time favorite tennis players. I know that Djokovic now and Nadal, you know, it's a different sport, and I'd love to see them play, but Federer was my guy, and he was on top for so long that I would have loved to have seen him in action. Love to see lots of some of the people at the pinnacle of their game play in lots of different ways. Lots of Cyclops. 46 Trolls are menacing also. 46 Trolls are so menacing. And for that reason, I'm looking at this and saying to myself, look, do we want to fight this fight? He's going to have better stats than me. We got more defense, so we're going to counteract his bonus damage. 46 Trolls. This is not a walk in the park. I don't know about this fight. But given how tough he is, if we allow him to run away, then he can get even stronger. Every week that we don't fight, it becomes worse for us. We've got pretty good spells. We got 20 spell points. We've got some blinds. We got 3 blinds. We got a couple of things. I think that we're going to fight this fight. I don't love this, folks, but we're going to fight this fight. I think that the AI is going to say that we lose. I think that we're going to win with some spells. Price of loyalty has you fighting so many barbarians. I am so done with this faction. It really does. You're completely and utterly right. Oh no, folks. I forgot. Real quick. I'm gonna abuse the autosave because that's a mistake I can't live with. I left my troops on close formation. I am sorry. I don't like to use the autosave. I'm gonna use it in this one case because that just feels so bad. I can't. I just can't. Me, personally, Phixfox, I can't handle it. I can't handle it. I'm sorry. So, oh, did we not move Vitania up last time? You gasp in awe as you arrive at the entrance to the River Major. The shoreline on either side of the river is strangled with vegetation and would be a very unlikely place for Corribus to have wrecked. It is almost impossible to believe that anybody could live in such a place. Though beautiful to the eye, you suspect that the jungles beyond hold many dangers. I think that it's only right that since I abused the autosave that I not actually take the rest of Vitania's turn. That was a mistake that I made last time. I'm going to make that same mistake again, just to keep things as even as possible. But I simply must. I'm going to fight the fight, but I simply must be in the spread formation. It's just embarrassing when it's a mistake that I made, sure, and it's my fault, but can't handle it. Okay. And it actually looks like the margins are going to be much better, probably because the Cyclops are not getting a double hex attack. Unfortunately, I did put the Ranger still in the wrong spot. Great. Phixfox, if you can win this fight, I would consider you 10 times better of a player than me. This fight looks unwinnable. 13 attack, 7 defense. And they've actually got 6 spell power, 7 knowledge, blood morale, Irish luck. This is actually a tough fight. We may have to bow out gracefully at some point, but let's fight this fight in the meantime. 7 attack, 12 defense, 4 spell power, 2 knowledge, blood morale, good luck. Priorities. Let's talk about the priorities in this fight. So they're going to have a little bit of bonus damage across the board. Rangers are going to take a beating. A shield could be useful to prevent damage from war trolls and or chiefs on the rangers. I'm gonna wait and see what spell the enemy casts with the wolves, so that way I can dispel if necessary. Unfortunately, this terrain is terrible. I'm gonna move the champions up just a little bit in preparation for another deal next time. They opt not to cast a spell. Scary. They opt not to cast a spell. Math obsessed, this fight looks unwinnable. This feels bad. I was hoping that we could bait out a spell there. I think I am forced. I think I'm forced to cast the shield to half the damage from troops. The only alternative being that we cast the blind and hope that they don't have a dispel or a cure. What's the likelihood that they don't have a dispel or a cure though? That's incredibly low. It's impossibly low. I think that you have to take your lumps. I think you have to reduce damage by half. And I think you have to go into a defensive position. These rangers are still going to be our main focus. If the Cyclops get blood morale, if they get good morale here, we're just cooked. Absolutely cooked. And for that reason, I'm going to put the Crusaders right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And that saved about 440 damage from the trolls. So that shield actually is paying off a little bit. Still, they hold on to their spell. What are you thinking, bud? I wonder if the Cyclops are going to go up into a defensive position now, if they think that they've got the superior ranged forces. If I can reduce the damage from the shield like we just did, I think that we just shoot it out with them and then hope later things go better for us. Let's do that now. Yep, they're going to go into a defensive position. The AI sometimes just forgets to cast spells for some reason, Vamp says. Forgets? Do they just forget? Hard for me to think that they just forget. I know what you're saying. Tell you what, if they don't cast a spell with the Ogre Lords or the Orc Chieftains, then I'll 100% agree with you. It's quite possible that they're waiting for the Ogre Lords to then blind at the last possible moment. If they blind here at this last possible moment, folks, we will know that the AI has gotten too good for Phixfox. And in fact, if I was an enemy player, that's exactly what I would do. That's exactly what I would do. I would blind as soon as it's these Ogre Lords' turns. Let's see what they do. They don't. Okay. Thankfully, the humans still have a chance. Now, look, I could kill, call it 30 Orc Chiefs. I think that as much as I worry about these trolls and all these other creatures, it's really the Cyclops. Even if I'm only killing 2 to 4, you gotta kill Cyclops. Well, hold on. 16 defense skill, 12 attack skill. I'm gonna be doing 20% reduced damage versus doing bonus damage, even damage with the war trolls. I'll be doing extra damage against these Orc Chiefs. You gotta defeat the Orc Chiefs at some point. We're gonna hop on them in just 1 second though. You've got the anti-blind artifact. Oh, I've got the anti-blind artifact, don't I? You're totally right. We went out of our way for that artifact and then I forgot immediately. Math obsessed, this is why I need you here. I appreciate you. That's kind of a big deal. It's kind of a big deal. Yeah, no, that's critically important. It's gotta be the Cyclops though, right? I think so. We're going to be able to get into these troops in just a second. We'll deal with wolves. Wolves are not a problem. Cyclops are the power stack. The longer that we are able to deal with them, the better. And now I think that we attack Ogre Lords here. I think that we actually attack the wolves here, funny enough. Because I don't think that the Cyclops are going to go up. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh no. That feels great. Crazy FX1. Ouch. Math obsessed. Oof. Yeah. All right. Well, that's bad. That's so bad. What is the surrender cost at this point? Way too much. We got 5k gold. We got to fight this down to basically the last man and then escape. Trolls are so painful. Yeah. And tell you what, it's too late to have done this, but maybe the right choice would have been the blind. on the war trolls. Shield and then blind. And then hope that they don't actually cast any spells. Just because he's got 70 spell points and 6 spell power doesn't mean they've actually got value there. So let's actually blind the Cyclopes and just see if we can bait out a spell. I need him to prove that he's actually got some spells. So there it is. Okay, so yeah, they're just waiting to use their spells, which is the correct decision on their part. Which is very much the correct decision on their part. All right, this is bad. Trolls, curses, and the curse will have no effect. Dag Thuk's got an artifact that'll prevent me from dropping a curse. Stoneskin, at this point, it's probably the Master Swordsman are the best unit for that. This is a loss. Completely and utterly. Huh. Completely and utterly. 12 and 11 Master Swordsmen on their retaliations. Yeah, just a loss. Okay, so we just got to make sure that we run, and then we will see what we can do from there. And this is actually one of the things I really like about Heroes 2, is that it's so straightforward that we pretty much knew that this was bad. I think we all knew that this was bad. Unfortunately, I think I can't keep pikemen here. We'll keep the pikemen. And so even from the very beginning, like, we should have known that was too much. And really it came down to the 12 attack and the defense. So let me think, folks. If Katarina is not the one that fights that fight, right? Like, if it is not her, is it possible that with a different hero that we can win? And here's my thought process. Level 14, 7 and 12. 26, 12 and 13. Not to mention all these other artifacts that she has, right? Like a +1 here and a +1 here in the luck and the blinds. +3 luck and morale doesn't make it easier, no reload. I really hate using reloads. I really do. But I'm wondering if it is Corribus that fights that fight, if we play this game with the AI where we just avoid fights and we give up our castles and we wait until our big conquering hero can come, maybe we have a bit of a better chance than we otherwise would have. You know what I'm saying? It's still not a for sure win, but then we go from taking bonus damage down to doing reduced damage. And how long does it take for Vitania to get there? Let me just go one day out of my way here just to kind of find out. I think that's bad there. Up the river. She can get to here. So we're from here to here. Call it maybe 2 to 3 more days to get to here. I think if you lose all, you've just lost the scenario. It'll be lost in a month or so anyways. I think that you're right. I think that you're right. And in the past, what I'll usually do, and I've proved this many times on stream and on the videos I've done for YouTube, I'll usually just restart. But we're probably what? We're probably like 2.5 hours into the stream. I think that for the purposes of saving time, I think that we're just going to eliminate that one fight. And we are going to use the auto save. That was a critical error on my part. That was my mistake. He's going to get back into the boat after he defeats this, and we're just going to run. And we're going to try and get this bulk of the troops over Corribus. And now, since we know that, and since we're already breaking our rule, we're gonna officially chalk this map. We're going to chalk this scenario up as a loss. Okay, so we're going to continue to play this out until we win, but in my own personal rule book, I'm going to consider this one a loss at this time. So, darn. For all of the losses that I experienced, these are the ones that hurt the most, because it was from the very beginning, there's no reason for it. I knew what his attack skill and defense was, and I overestimated my chances anyway, and that feels so bad. It feels bad to just make a miscalculation so egregious, and it was. That was terribly egregious. Even if we did have those 9 other Crusaders, that's still a loss. Like, you're not winning that fight. It's not happening. So, Your navigators inform you that this bend in the river marks about 1/3 of the river's length. From here on out, the river continues northward, up through the snowy wastes where it begins as a small trickle. Hopefully, Corrubus should not be too far away. The sight of dense jungle on either side is beginning to sicken you. I agree. Try and fight him in the castle. I don't know if the castle is going to help me out that much. Maybe. I think that the biggest thing is what you guys mentioned. Math talking about how we... Barrow mounts. How about how we don't have to worry about the blinds? That actually changes my strategy a lot. And so that little bit of extra knowledge I think will help. If we can fight in a castle, we'll give it a try. We'll see. Oh, geez. Valagar's got Titans. Palindra's got Titans. Yeah, and we're just dealing with Knights right now. This is not looking good. I agree. Okay. So everybody else is just staying put. We're going to see what this yellow enemy does. Red is summoned a boat. Folks, it's cooked. It's done. It's over. It's not happening. The Thunk is in the water. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness, you are kidding me. He's in the water. Folks, he's in the water. I've never seen that in any playthrough, that Thunk gets into a boat, into the water to chase you. I've never seen that happen before. And what can you do? What can you do? I can't think of anything we can do. Here's what we can do. We can land here. Well, we can do something crazy because we have these Liths. We can have him land in the wrong spot and then we go through the Liths and get the boat on the other side. Vitania does not have a summoned boat, so we can't do some tricky thing like that, but geez. Yeah, Thunk is 20 attack, 20 defense probably. Probably super tough. Let's go as far as we can and just see what we can find. Help stranded, Island North, Corribus, Lord of Holbrook. Yeah, let's see how far we can go. The jungles that were beginning to put you on edge have now given way to grassy meadows and lush deciduous forests. You are forced to admit that Corrubus was right. This must be one of the most scenic places you have ever been to. Hopefully it shouldn't be too much further. Yeah, hopefully not. We're going to have to get this exactly right, though. Thankfully, we've got so many lighthouses, and we've got the navigation with Vitania. Gotta go this way. What? Is that smoke coming from the island up ahead? In the distance, you can make out several figures on the shore waving their arms frantically. With a sigh of relief, you urge the captain to sail straight ahead. It seems you have finally found Corribus, and though you must pass along to him ill tidings, you will be glad to see him nonetheless. Once you land, read the journal entry number 1 in the accompanying text file. I will do that. I will do that. But here's the thing. How do we get into the boat without getting destroyed by the Thunk? I think that what we got to do is land here. And so then we can hopefully bait the Thunk into landing here. We go through the list and we go over here. So that way, the problem is that if we have the land here and he lands right here, it takes us 1 full day to load into the boat. And then for that day that we're out of movement points, he's already landed and then he lands right behind us. That's my concern. I want him to land. I think that the best way of doing this is to go here, just like this. And then have both heroes on this bit of island. Hope that nobody summons our boat away from us. And then go from there. That's going to be what we do. I don't love it, but it's going to work. It's going to have to work. Okay. Let's see what Thunk does. Oh, I guess we have to do more stuff over here. I don't know. I don't know what to do here. Keeping the troops alive just until we get a better hero, I suppose. Doing a little bit of exploring in the meantime. Is there anything nifty? Maybe we land for the lighthouse, get back sooner. Yeah. Folks, this is interesting. And I don't have any good answers for you. Oh, Ector goes down. Whoops. Okay, here comes Thunk. Here he comes. No, he turns away at the last possible moment. Did you see that? He came up and then he went here. He just landed. Folks, Thunk has landed. but he's landed in a way that I can't tell where he is. Run? Yeah, I want to run. I want to run, but my concern is I'm not going to know if he got back into the boat or not. I'm just not going to know. I'm not going to know. We've got to risk it. We've got to risk it. We've got to hope he doesn't have sight on this part of the map. And we got to hope that he's got other things that he wants to do. That's got to be it. Pretty sure he landed. I think he did. I think you're right. I think he totally landed. But if he landed, he's right there. And then I'm not going to be able to see if he decides, oh, I need to get back into the boat. And then as I sail by, I'll be right in the wrong spot. Does that make sense? From the way the boat is turned? Yeah. Oh, from the way that the boat is turned, will that change? I'm not sure if it'll change view. We're gonna have to play it a little bit cautious. I am gonna consider taking the lighthouse. What else am I gonna do with my time? Red is not that tough. Ambrose can defeat her. It's week 1. Let's send him out with a full army. Haha. And down. Thankfully, we do have a little bit of gold. I think that 263 peasants is actually better than the 7 pikemen right now. Crazy, I know, but I think so. I think so. Crusaders at the bottom. Few, several. Get a spell book. Get another level of Mage Guild. Blind, Steelskin, Dragon Slayer. That's good. That's all good. And yeah, let's just put a stop to this. I don't want her in my area anymore. We picked up forts, not attacks and stuff like that. If we lose here, that's really bad. Really bad. Then we have 7 days and the clock is ticking. Okay. Let's see if we can view the THUNK. There's no way you're better than me. There's no way. 263 peasants to Necro Hero. Says yeah. Even their nobody hero, even their throwaway hero has 6 attack, 4 defense, 5 spell power, and 11 knowledge. They are tough. This is a good map. Folks, I'm not sad about this. I just don't know how to win. Yet. We're going to let everybody go when it's my ranger's turn, then we're going to blind the sprites. We're going to go into this position up here. We've got the superior fighting force barely. Our hero is just worse. Oh, never mind. It's over. Oh, yeah, there's no way. There's no way. Nope. 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 Not happening. Because if you can just continue to summon fire elementals, I have no chance. Yeah, there's no chance. That's bad. That's bad. That means she's got expert stats. Math Obsessed saying GG. This is bad. This is not over, but it's very bad. I agree. It's probably like this fight is totally GG. We're gonna continue to fight. We got 7 days. We've got an opportunity to at least mix things up and do our very, very best. We can run now. We shall. So it's gonna cost us 5 and 2. Maybe these troops can actually be enough to hold out in a castle scenario. We did just cost her, what, 60 spell points to summon fire elementals? That means she's still got more summon elementals than we'd like for her to have, but anyway. I don't love this. But 11 knowledge though, she had full mana. It's true, she still got 60 plus, 70 spell points. I agree. You're not wrong. You're totally correct. You're totally correct. Thieves Guild, just so we can have a little bit of additional firepower. We don't have wisdom, so a 3rd level of Mage Guild is not going to help. Otherwise, we are fully... fortifications. I should have gotten that, shouldn't I? I didn't even think about it. Okay, my bad. And then here's the real question. Is THUNK right here? Is he back in the boat, or did he go in this direction? I'm going to assume that he's not. I'm going to assume that we can run right by. And even if they're in the boat, we've got so many lighthouses. This is the best chance we have to make an escape. We have to try this. Looks like he's not in the boat. So we are not being pursued, but that means he's on this main continent. And that's very scary all the same. We now have control of the lighthouse. We're going to pick up gold because we're so woefully out of it. Gold, gold, gold. Here. Oh, folks, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to read the deal that's supposed to happen when you land. Funny enough, I've actually got the manual for Heroes of Might and Magic 2 like ready to go, in large part because I've been doing some work on a video that's going to come out as soon as I can possibly get it. It's going to be a little bit tough for me to pull up a lot of stats and stuff. I'm using the manual to double check some stats. It's going to be a video on Heroes of Might and Magic, specifically on the factions, faction by faction tips and tricks and strategies. And I'll show you a lot of stuff in just a second. So the THUNK hints and tips. I'm not going to put any spoilers here. I think that there are many ways to beat this map, and I don't want to ruin your adventure by putting how I did it here. Just a few pointers for the beginning of the game to help you out. Let me get this added here. Do a window capture. There. Okay. This is the manual. I think you can see that now. Get the gold mine. Yes, you can beat that many peasants. Block the portal and leave him there until rescued. With Katarina, kill the paladins guarding the lighthouses and the genies to the north. You will probably lose a lot of troops, but you must take both of those spots. Kill the paladins guarding the lighthouses. Okay, we remember that. Genies to the north, yep. Get the Seeing Eye pendant on the tiny island south of Holbark. Not necessarily in the beginning, though. Yep, we've done that. Visit all 3 Sphinx. There are clues to their answers hidden in the level, so look hard. That's interesting. That's a good tip or trick. Rescue Corribus. You may or may not be safe on the island due to Dimension Door, so rescue him soon. He is also a high-level hero, and you'll need it. So that's very interesting. So I guess that the player, the original map designer, indicated that they thought, well, look, if there's Dimension Door, you're going to be in major trouble here because the enemies are going to come. They're going to be right on you. We have to deal with that anyway because they are using Summon Boat and they are coming full tilt at us. So one big change between the FHeroes2 map and this one. Already we found that out now. Don't get discouraged. Start with the Barbarians. It will probably take you several months before you get a hold of the map, if you get a hold of the map. Your opponents start out with huge advantages. Yep. Watch out for THUNK. We've found them. Do not engage him until you are ready, and do not end a turn near him or near a portal, as he will attack and kill your main hero. You may and probably will have to give up lots of castles to him and flee through the portal to avoid destruction. And there's still lots of that we can do. Free bread as soon as you can from his prison near the blue tent. Oh, we need the blue tent. He has lots of crusaders that you could use. Look at the rumors. They tell you which heroes to avoid and other useful information. Folks, we have not been looking at the rumors this entire scenario. That is a mistake. We need to do that. Find the battle garb of Andrin and find UA. Find the ultimate artifact, I guess. That's got to be what that is. It's got to be. And so then there's actually, this is just from the Heroes of Might and Magic 2 manual. I know that there are, I'm sure, I thought that there was some other actual text here. THUNK tips and tricks. No, that looks like that's it. I thought that we had the actual stuff. I think that that's probably actually then in a text box that comes in the Good Old Games version. So hopefully that is intriguing for you. That's just a little bit interesting for me to just kind of take a look at that anyway. Okay. The important thing is I think that we're safe for now. We say that, and then we're going to find out that this is really bad. The journal is in a text file somewhere attached to the map. Okay. I will look for that later. This is bad. But the turrets are actually doing some work for us. 5 War Trolls is not going to do too much for us. We really needed the fortifications. We'll let the turrets do more damage over time. I think that with the fortifications, we actually win this fight. I think otherwise we're up the creek without a paddle. Okay. Not sure if in the FHeroes2 file, but pretty sure it's in the Good Old Games version. Yep, and I've got that on hand. All we're going to do is just skip and try and let our ballistas take care of stuff. That's not going to work because 5 trolls are still going to do damage to us, aren't they? They're going to do lots of damage to us. Yeah, 4 champions at a time, and the ballista's not even targeting. Oh, come on. If the turrets are targeting the fire elementals, we have no chance. Although she's out of spell points. There's no chance. I can't wait for the ballista to kill everybody else and then the trolls. It's just not going to work for me. Going out seems like a bad idea. Staying in seems like a worse idea. Terrific. Okay. Well, at least we were taking half damage when we were behind the wall. Down to 4 war trolls. Wait, the ballistas started to focus on the war trolls. That's good. Oh. Hey, at least you only have 1 magic arrow left for 3 spell damage. Oh, that's right. And like 50 sprites. Ah, jeez. Well, you can't dispel that now, so that's something anyway. They actually saved that lightning bolt, I think, just so that we couldn't do that. I think that was smart on their part. Cyclops can't do the double hex attack. Oh, they can. My bad. Blind again. Who do we want blind? I think you gotta blind the Ogre Lords. Kill the Cyclops, blind the Ogre Lords. Blind the War Trolls next. Come on, Phixfox, you can do it. There's 55 hit points on these Cyclops. There's no way. There's no way. We just lose. Okay. I think we all knew that that was coming, but still. Okay. We have 7 days to get a castle. 7. Okay, so tell me what you guys think as far as strategy. Does it make sense to rush a hero into the water immediately to go rescue Corribus? Or does it make sense to try and use your forces to deal with the barbarians? We saw that it was only Vitania. Vitania didn't have any troops at all. Missed that artifact. And that makes me think that the best decision is to just get the very first boat and send it south. But what say you? What say you? Is that the best decision? Is there a better decision? We'll have to wait and see. Still got to pick up a castle. And folks, I am absolutely playing this scenario to the very end, to the very dregs of whatever is left in this cup. If it's bitter, so be it. If it's sweet, so be it. But we are playing this fight until the very end. There's this castle here. I don't know if that's worth our time. I don't know if that's worth our time or not. We're going to pull everything over. We're going to get rid of extra troops that don't help us. I think 77 pikemen are way better than any of this. And now we've got 13, 14, 8, and 9 for Corribus. He does need a spellbook. And this castle here, this Necromancer castle, I'm going to assume that it's going to be worth our time. Considering how the creator said you'll have to give up castles, then I think you should not be going after enemy castles in the beginning and just go for Corribus. I think I agree. All this time we spent going here and here, you got to go to here to pick up a boat. Unless you roll a 2nd level mage guild and get a summoned boat. Also, Sphinx is right there. Yeah, Sphinx here. Sphinx here. There's 1, 2... And then I feel like there was a 3rd Sphinx. Maybe it's over here or something. But yeah, there's 3 Sphinx. And that's not, you know, I mean, a pyramid for a 5th level spell would be amazing. I think that's less likely. We're going to see if we're able to stay alive here. 3 Sphinx according to the manual, yes. And I think that we have every reason to believe the manual there. And we've mentioned many times in many videos that as good as starting castles are, and we get kind of attached to these castles, they are knight castles. They are vastly inferior. We know because Batania's got her View Town spell, there are 1, 2, 3, 4 Necromancer castles here. Maybe we need to just take what we have and pick up 4 Necromancy castles. You know, with 4 Necromancy castles from this point, at least then you're picking up Bone Dragons. And then you can make great use of that attack skill and that defense skill. I don't think we're actually in the worst position. This might be a about as perfect as we could hope for. It'll depend on this fight, of course, but let's see if we have anything left over at the end of this. Not bad. Totally not bad. Yeah. But this will keep the map going for us. And this will give us the opportunity, as we have no spells, this will give us the opportunity to just do more. Let's go not into a defensive position. Liches are going to bombard us very quickly. It will be nice having that mass haste, though. That will be nice. Now we go here. Bone Dragons can't slide in. Vampires can, and they're going to go before my other creatures. And then what? Maybe we send some heroes back to go get those Sphinx? Is that going to be useful? Is that going to be possible? I don't know. Let's kill most of the vampires twice. Rangers are going to attack the skeletons in 1 second. Taking some hits. That's why we got him, though. Oops, that was misclick. I was supposed to go into the swamp there. As many skeletons as we can kill. How about all of them? And by the way, one of the things I like about Heroes Might and Magic 4 is that skeletons take reduced damage from ranged attacks. I think that that's just thematically kind of cool. Okay, Corribus has a spellbook. He's got Resurrect True. Well, not really. He's got Expert Wisdom? He does. So here's what we got. We've got all these spells. Berserker against the Barbarian Hordes. That could actually be pretty big. That could actually be pretty big. We've got the Mass Haste. We're going to be much faster now. If your Rangers get to go before other people deal with you, that could be good. We have to leverage this castle immediately into multiple Necromancy castles. And so rather than wait and do anything else, we're going to assume that we're tougher than this guy. Pack, PHEW. We are tough. Corrubus is tough. We have to assume that we are tough. Trans River Portal to the west. We're going to park a hero on those stone liths. I don't want to deal with that. I want to stay far, far away. +1 to each of our skills. We'll pick up the luck because we're about to fight this fight here. I think you have time to grab Sphinxes with Katarina and send another hero to rescue Corribus on the restart. Yeah, I think that you're right. Well, but the thing with the Sphinxes is like, what are the Sphinxes going to give us? And this is me not knowing the answer to that. Sphinxes are going to give you a certain amount of gold and an artifact. Do you guys know something I don't? Are the artifacts really, really good? They could be really, really good, and I just don't know it. We will go, and I think that with this army and with these spells, I think that we can defeat air elementals. 6 and 1. Yeah, I think we can defeat air elementals. And then, if that Sphinx is really good, then we can figure out where we go from there. Yes, Sphinx rewards are custom, and I think that the map designer wanted to give you something good there so you can beat the map. I think that you're right. I think you're right. So let's be very sure about this. Let's get very specific. I wonder if this Lith just goes to this one place back and forth. Looks like that's all it does. So maybe I don't need to park a hero right here. Just in case, though, I will. We'll set out tomorrow. Okay. So we're going to fight that fight. We're going to win. There's no time for losing anymore. No time for losing. And there's no other purchases to make in this castle. It's all built up. We do need to keep an eye out for heroes that are good that have died. Does Katarina have spells, I wonder? Does she have the Expert Wisdom or just Basic Wisdom? Let's check on that. It's decent. Hoot, you're still going. Lord of good time for gaming, huh? We're still going, and we're not giving up. Not just yet. Not just yet. We gotta be on our toes, Steeson. Doing the very, very best we can. L Hazard 42. Hello, Phixfox. Hello, chat. Hey, man, how you doing? Nice to have you here. Guys, we are in a whale of a fight. This is the fight of our lives right now. And I like the struggle. We're going to take out this guy. There's a blue tent here. Blue tent leads to this. Blue tent leads to, they mentioned some captain of ours, our lieutenant. So we got some bonuses there. I think that we fight this fight, and I think that we win. Enemy has fled. Heavy losses. Let's see what we can do better. 7 attack, 8 defense. Yeah, we're pretty good here. We're pretty good here. And we do have the Resurrect True with 160 spell points. We have Resurrect True, folks. I think that we want to fight as many of these fights with Resurrect True as we can, because we are going to make some good use out of it. Let's threaten these Power Liches next turn. Hello, Phixfox wife. How are you? Very nice to see you. I like your face. Your sweetheart. I think dragons are going to get into the Rangers here. I will eat the double hex attack. I think we're gonna. Oh, never mind. I left too much space. Nice job, Phixfox. You're doing great. Let's attack wherever we can. How's that Sorcy Town going? Got some beer. I mean dwarves while I was away. No, Vamp is right. Sorceress Town is gone. We're cooked. We're in a bad way. We are absolutely in a really rough way right now. How much do we actually resurrect here? 450 hit points. We started off with 124 and 28, so we lost 9 champions here. It's worth it to resurrect True, I think. Here, for now. And then the Rangers, Black Dragons have already taken their shot, so we're gonna hit them twice, and we're gonna kill a Black Dragon. Well done, well done. I think that we're gonna obliterate here, so let's actually fight backwards. Kill one one Black Dragon there. Kill off all the vampires here. There's the double hex attack. I think that they want to stick the Bone Dragons up. We're not going to let them. We're going to sit right here. And now we do the Resurrect True on our Rangers. We're back up to 124. So we're full. Missing some of these other troops. That's okay. Staying away from the skeletons. Bone Dragons are going to come for a fight in just a second. Thankfully, the Lightning Bolt does not do nearly so much damage as it could have. Bone Dragons are totally the threat there. We take out 4. Liches are going down. And let's take a quick look. So we should probably raise the Crusaders. 77-29. 77. So we've lost 5 Master Swordsmen, 1 Champion, 7 or 8 Crusaders. We got all of our Rangers at this time. So we're going to Resurrect True on the Crusaders. That's going to bring us back to full. And the Bone Dragons are going to get crushed. And from now, we try and win this fight outright. Unless we can kill all the skeletons here, it's not going to happen though. And so for that reason, knowing that we've got the speed bonus, let's go back. Let's hope against hope that they don't run. They didn't run, folks. They did not run. We just won this scenario. Wonderful. No one messes with Lord Awesomebeard. It is coming in quite nicely, isn't it? Thanks you for noticing. That's very sweet of you. We're going to kill skeletons here, all of them, and then our 7-speed champions are going to get to finish this fight off. Any last bits of resurrecting we need to do? We're down 4 champions. We're down 1 Crusader. We're down 5 Master Swordsmen. We got 115 left. Let's resurrect the champions. Call it there. Oh, and speaking of skeletons taking reduced damage from range, I played this game called Age of Fear that was pretty close to a video game D&D, and skeleton units in that game were all capped at a 10% hit chance when you were attacking them with a range, and it got a bit ridiculous sometime. Really like that game though. That's right, at Steeson. Yeah. The hero has a helmet. Great fight. Yep. Those losses are so good, and we actually were able to keep the enemy from running. I'm hoping that they have... Oh no, you know, we're full of artifacts. If they have good artifacts, we're just not going to get them. We are completely full. Dag Thuk is back. Run! Everybody run! This is totally not good. There's a magic well here. I want full spell points before I fight him. I don't think I want to fight him at this point. Remember, we now have way better stats than we did last time, but I don't want to tangle with him just yet. I want to calmly fight everybody else first. Lots of air elementals. You're in a swamp against a barbarian. Yeah. But if I can just get to this Lith, we'll be safe. Phixfox wife is watching you game. How about some privacy, lady? Yeah, she's a sweetheart. She keeps me honest. Marriage has been wonderful because she keeps me honest in the very, very best way as possible. And I'm very grateful for her. Remember, if we lose Corrubus, we just lose. We can't run, we can't surrender. It's just game over. I do want to pick up just a couple of extra troops I'm reevaluating this fight. Lots of air elementals. I'm reevaluating that fight. We will probably explore just a little bit more, because it looks like we're going to need to find a new home very quickly. And here, these stone liths actually do go somewhere. I did not see that. Did not see that. Now, I wish my wife wanted to watch me play Horse Game 2. It's really sweet when the people that you care about the most take an interest in what you're doing. Oh, it's dwarves. We're not going to fight dwarves. And my wife is very supportive of my hobbies. And I'm very grateful for that. She's a real sweetheart. So, okay. Month 2, week 3, day 6. I think Dag Thuk is going to come right for us. Let's see it, though. Yep. He's coming. Stacey and I have to listen to him recording videos too, LOL. She does. At, all hours of the night. All times of day. Again, very sweet of her, but I can understand how that would be a little bit too much at times. We are going to do this. We're going to fight the dwarves. We're going to go for whatever Necromancer castle's over here. Portal. Dwarves. Ooh, another Xanadu. Interesting. Xanadu. I'm just going to make sure that they can't follow us through these liths. I want to have control of the doors. Tanya's slept. And then let's explore just a little bit more. Because Katarina can, so she shall. What else is over here? You play this map way differently than I did. Steeson, ideally I would still have all of this, trust me. This was not a conscious decision. This was just the way that things shook out. This has been a struggle, but we are continuing to struggle. And I think we're actually, do I like the way we're struggling? I think I do. I think this could totally be worse. And yeah, we'll see how poorly we do. But I think that one of the hardest things for anybody who's new to Heroes of Might and Magic to learn is when not to fight. Like right now, this is the time not to fight. We've already lost this scenario, right? I consider this scenario already lost, and from here we're just doing our very best and having fun. But I consider it lost because earlier on, we fought a fight that we really ought not to have. And that's put us in a very difficult position. From here, I think that's everything we can do. 4 trolls, we'll call that good. So, we'll see how things go, but it's a little bit rough. Very interesting thing though here, I think that Mandigal can actually reach here. And so we're going to keep Dag Thuk on a string. We're going to go back and forth and back and forth. And unfortunately, so here's a thing I hate. You cannot dismiss a hero in a castle. And when you're out of movement points like we are now, we can't hire another hero and send them through the lists. I think that Dag Thuk's going to land right here and we're going to be in trouble. I'd love to save these bone dragons and the likes. Oh, there it is. There's the 3rd Sphinx. We have found it. And they're up to a horde of fire elementals, a horde of air elementals. So it's a good thing we didn't fight, because it would have been lots in the amount of like nearly 50. So we actually did a good thing there. Another Seeing Eye pendant. Now we got 2. Treasure. More treasure. Treasure's not very useful for me right now, but we'll take it. I always gotta check my corners because every time I simply must. Even the sawmill's not that useful. I'm gonna pick up this Xanadu though. +1, +1, +1, +1. We are going to take this Necromancy Castle. I'm sure it's gonna be tough. I'm sure it's gonna be worth it. Give us back those 9 Crusaders. Yeah. Seriously. Earlier on, we had Genies that got the 10% chance and they halved our stack of Crusaders, and we are still missing them very, very much. We're very sad for them. Plus on the gems, back to full from the Magic Well. As you can see, Dag Thuk did land. But we can get by him, so we are going to be able to get the troops out. I was worried that he would be a little too chunky and he would block the path with his big body. Thankfully, that's not going to be the case, and we're going to waste even more of their time. Okay. Let's see. Phixfox wife can show us how to beat the Price of Loyalty campaign map 2 while Phixfox eats popcorn in the background. Hey, don't tempt her. She's mentioned at times, well, you've tried to teach me Heroes of Might and Magic 2 before and you've given up. Like, maybe you should actually try again to teach me to play Heroes of Might and Magic 2. And I think that would be adorable. I think that would be a great video. But I also don't... I'm also cautious about what I put out into the public sphere. I've mentioned before that anything I put out here is public. If I didn't want any of this public, I shouldn't have put it out there. That's my feeling on the matter. And when it comes down to it, I'm very careful about putting my kid or my wife out there, because just because I am fine with my face being out here, that doesn't mean that they are or that they should be. And so I try and be very, very careful and very, very conscientious about my dear sweet wife. And so maybe she'll make a video appearance at some point, maybe not. We'll see. My dad, as I've mentioned, he has been kind enough. He and I did a video together. Unfortunately, it just worked out where things we had an issue arise, and so that video is gonna have to be redone, and that's okay. It's gonna be fine. We're gonna cast Mass Haste right now. It's not gonna hurt my feelings. We're gonna end up doing so many Resurrect Trues, 45 Rangers at a time, 10 hit points at a time, and we're gonna be able to make sure that this fight goes according to plan. Attacking here, and here. And then we'll figure out the way forward. Bone Dragons are going to be just annoying. We'll deal with them later. With Eichmann, how about? Let's see. Always hate it when the game says lots and I think 20 to 30, but in reality it's 40 plus. I so completely and totally agree with you. Lots is actually a pretty big range. And if you're not careful, it's gonna sneak up on you, and then you just feel silly. And it's not even your fault. It's not even your fault. It's just, they might as well say lots, because that's what it really amounts to. It's actually lots. It's pretty frustrating when that happens. So yeah, I understand that. Let's see. Never known a female Heroes player before. Would be awesome to see how it goes. You know, we've met a couple of great Heroes players all over the place. And it's always a pleasure, because I think the video games are one of those things where it doesn't matter who you are or where you come from. Video games should be accessible to everybody. It's kind of like the philosophy with Legos. I know that Legos, that's their philosophy, that they've said, look, we're not trying to make a boy toy, we're not trying to make a girl toy, we're just making good, fun toys for everybody. And everybody can get by that, can get behind that. So let's see, we're down to Crusaders. We've already cast spell here. Let's just do this. I'm not gonna end this fight. I want one more Resurrect True. Down to 23. I think that 5 here, 2 here. We've got the spells. We're probably gonna stay here overnight. Let's just make this really, really fun for ourselves. We're going to continue to take losses on the Rangers. Skip. When you have unlimited spell points, you need not take any losses. I think that we are going to lose some of the swordsmen. I'm going to be fine with that. But next chance we get here, we're going to Resurrect True on the Rangers, and we're going to call it good. We could probably do this one more time, but I am satisfied. Oh, never mind. We lost no troops at all. That's fine. 8,000 experience for nothing. Nothing. And then one more wonderful Mage Guild. This is interesting, folks. Summon Air Elemental, Chain Lightning, View All, Mass Curse, Mass Dispel. This feels pretty good. This feels pretty good. Now, we don't have any troops here. I guess we have some skeletons, but that's okay. If we are able to keep this force, clear out all these Necromancers, and keep playing this game where Dag Thuk is just stuck here, I think we're going to be okay. I think that this feels good. Let's cast. Oh, let's stay here overnight because we got this magic well here. But let's cast the View All right now. Let's see. Let's see. I'll at least do a voiceover and no video, but we are deaf on the same page. Oh, that's cute, babe. My own wife enjoying playing Heroes with thumps, hitting 32,167 all day long. What? You can imagine how he hates playing FHeroes2 version no cheats. Yeah, understandable. And I don't feel bad about the. I understand when people say that they really wish that they were playing without or with some cheats, just like with the opportunity occasionally. Sometimes it's just, I prefer the player having an enjoyable experience more than anything. I really do. And for some people, that makes the game more enjoyable. Oh, that's the code for 5 Black Dragons. Decent. I had no idea. I had no idea what that was, so thank you. I appreciate that. I find it so unfortunate that the gaming sphere is so male-dominated. Yeah, I feel that too. As we're looking at this view wall, by the way, because it doesn't need to be. Like, I just don't know how it got that way. I think that everybody likes to play games, right? Was that just like societal roles that ended up throwing all that in this weird chaotic space? I don't know, but yeah, unfortunately, that's kind of the way it is. I couldn't imagine trying to play like an online competitive game, especially one with like voice chat, as a lady who's getting all sorts of abuse hurled at her. And I'm not some kind of white knight type of guy. I just genuinely feel bad when that happens. I really do. So here's a couple of things, folks. Number one, we've got this dragon city here. That's red dragons. We need to get that. There's this here. I think that we're going to go here, up the road. There's no road. Up the jungle path. Take this necromancy castle. Take this. And then we will have 2 of the 4 necromancy castles. We will see what we can do to eventually swing back and defeat Dag Thuk. But we're going to keep him just back and forth. And I think that'll work out fine. We're going to pick up whatever we can. We're going to pick up those Sphinx. And we're going to move on that way. And then, as soon as we've secured this area, rather than go back up here, we're going to go over and start defeating Warlock castles. 1 and 2. And I feel like there was another one. 3. 1, 2, 3. And then we're going to leverage those higher tier troops, those upper tier troops, into a victory for us. That is our plan. That's our plan. I'm more of a Nancy Drew player myself, but he has played with me at one point. Yeah, my wife does Nancy Drew, and those are fun games. She has a good time. I have a good time. We have a good time. It's just fun. But that's always been my thing, is like, I'm just here to have a good time, folks. Really, I'm just here to have a good time. So, don't know what Nancy Drew is? Nancy Drew is a fictional character in a book who solves mysteries. Think like a Agatha Christie type of, no, not really murder mysteries, more like jewel thieves and strange happenings and stuff like that. That's kind of the territory that Nancy Drew covers. Definitely not like the Scooby-Doo gang. She's more of her own kind of person. She occasionally does team-ups with the other fictional group, the Hardy Boys, and they just solve mysteries and stuff like that. Probably tough to say exactly what the main audience would be, but it's fun. It's good. We're gonna hit Q. 10 war trolls at a time. If we can kill 10 war trolls at a time, I'm gonna be fine with that. No, you didn't. Orange has Dimension Door. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. It's official, folks. Oh, you know Agatha Christie? There you go. Okay, the lid is off. Orange has used Dimension Door, and therefore we can use Dimension Door as well. The gloves are off. If I get it, I'm using it. That's always been my rule. And I see no time like the present to use it if I can just get my hands onto it. There's a red player here. This could be an issue. We are full capacity, full spells and all that, but we will see how bad this goes for us. Oh, hi. Whoops. Got your castle. We're going to do that again and again and again. We're going to pick up 4 genies here. We're going to pop in. Now I think we have enough to go get this Sphinx anyway. Because we do have the spells. We do have the blinds, the magic arrows. We got some options. We'd be better off if we had stopped in and gotten those spells in that castle, but we just didn't have the time. Did not have the time. I'm going to take one step out of the way here. It's based off Nancy Drew books. She's a girl detective. Yep. Girl detective. There you go. Yeah, everybody know. Okay, you guys all know Nancy Drew. Perfect. Perfect. Chat knows who Nancy Drew is. And you guys probably explained it better than I did. I guess one reason is that the computer industry has been male dominated from the beginning. And so the people who would play video games more would be those who knew how to work a computer, which would be more men. It does seem to me that more and more girls are starting to play video games. So as with all things gender equality related, it will probably improve as time goes by. I agree with that. I agree with that. And for the better, right? Totally for the better. I mean, number one, I like a good story no matter who is telling the story, but I think that you're doing everybody a disservice if you silence 50% of the population and they're not getting some input on these stories. Truly, I feel like that's I think I'm being reasonable when I say that. And so if for no other reason than I really want good stories, it's valuable. Did we pick up? Yeah, we did. We already picked up these spells. Okay. And so that's one reason of many. These liths. This lith looks very familiar. That looks very familiar. We have to take this castle and we have to park a hero right here. We just got lucky. We got so lucky. Let's make that happen now. We're not going to lose any troops. And just inclusive. I never understood the whole boys versus girl thing. I never did. So I'm perfectly fine with everybody having a good time. All inclusive. I think that is going to do enough for us. Yeah, because the Rangers are going to get to go first before the Orcs. Okay, 750 experience. And we got this. Ooh, Astra. Yikes. If Astra kills the hero that's on the Liths, that could cause us some issues. Let's see if there's a good spell here. Mirror Image. Berserker, okay. Not the worst, not the best. No troops. We've got to leave so we can get another hero to the Liths. We can maybe reach ourselves. Let's see if we can reach. If we can reach, it's actually going to be Corribus that stands on the Liths. He cannot. So it's got to be another hero that does that. Has to be. Let's take one step out of the way towards Astra. Let's purchase a hero, somebody fast. Both of these heroes have 2-speed creatures, so they're going to be pretty slow. And can they reach? Go. 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 Yes. Okay. And really, I just need somebody to stand on these liths. Ooh, interesting. Hi, Thunk. Even if Thunk goes through these liths, there's a chance that he's not going to get us. He could end up at the wrong lith. There's plenty of liths here. We do have the advantage there, but all the same, it's a little bit concerning. How about that? Sealed away forever? Yeah, definitely. Definitely. The computer industry were female dominated at the very beginning, funny enough though, but that was way before computer games. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that makes sense. My mom actually had a lot to do with Hewlett-Packard back in the early days of their company. And so she was the computer tech whiz in our family starting off. And she will say now, oh, I didn't know much, or oh, I didn't do much. And she did. She's just being very polite, very kind, very, very humble. How about that? Let's grab these necromancy troops, and these are going to help us take this fight here. Programmers and computer tech and all that. There's a lot of good, valuable insights that people have. We're going to keep 5 speed, 1 speed. We're going to do it like this. Yeah, just like this. Okay. And now Gwyneth can definitely beat some fire elementals. Of course, I remember having to deal with my dad's Windows 3.11 and MS-DOS commands in order to start a freaking game. Girls didn't bother about that inconvenience. Here's My Magic. It would have been Warcraft 1 was the game that I remember having to do that for. We might lose as soon as we hit intern here. That was the game that I remember having to do those DOS commands, and it was really, really frustrating. I didn't know anything about it, and it was just a struggle. It was always just a bad time. But once you got playing the game, those old games blew my mind. they were so cool. They were interesting. I'd never done anything like it. And to this very day, while there's a certain degree of nostalgia that's here, I think that part of me also just remembers the original dopamine rushes that I experienced. Because of course you did. You experienced some dopamine when this game is just so cool. And then I say to myself, oh, well, let's try and chase that high that we've experienced once before. Sealed Away Forever. Yep, that was talking about the Thunk. As Windows 95 came out, I could suddenly find girls playing games too, but something like Heroes, nah, too overcomplicated. Those old games were truly amazing. Also, men are more competitive by nature, if I recall, and video games give a lot of that. Yep. Yeah, if it's competitiveness, that definitely matters a lot. I think that's a very apt insight. We're gonna try and kill here. Ouch, it didn't actually, the lightning, I wanted it to bounce south and it didn't. I think that we're not gonna be able to keep Astra from running. Unless we get good morale like 3 times. Nope, no good morale. Bye-bye. Okay. Ah, well, such is life. On to the Dragon City. And I thought I saw something here. I thought I saw like a prison somewhere in here. Obelisk. This, that. There's some stuff. We'll go grab all that stuff later. Artifact. I can't tell what that artifact is, but this is all guarded by the Aqua Barrier. Aqua Barrier we do not have. So we will come back for that another time. Other old games that were really, really fun and really interesting. Do you guys remember the original Duke Nukem from Apogee Games? That game is like a platformer side scroller, and it was the coolest thing in the world. And occasionally I will still boot it up just to like enjoy it. And I love that, you know, I loved Duke Nukem 3D as a first-person shooter when it came out, but the platformer, the original one, was still pretty cool. And that's one of those original games I remember. Maybe the most original early on game that I remember was Microman. I don't know if that was definitely an old Windows game, but probably not anybody's favorite of all time. Maybe one of those ones that's like, oh yeah, I remember that. There was also things like, I mean, on the old Best of Entertainment for Windows, there was things like Chips Challenge, Jazzball. Even now, those games are still worth a play every now and again. Every now and again. I'm gonna stone skin the genies. I just don't want to lose any of them. Let's see what happens here. My son gets a kick out of games like Super Mario Bros. 3, the weird aspect where you feel like you need to think outside of the box and use the limitations of game memory that spawns FX. It's just as interesting to him as if it were me back in the day. That's always really fun to hear as well. It weirds me out when people say, oh man, that game is retro, that game is so old. And I remember when that game came out, and it, like, don't do this to me. You know, like, it's not old. Be kind, it's not old. We did end up saving the genies with that stone skin, by the way. That feels pretty good. But yeah, I still remember when some of those games came out, and I can't believe that it's been years that they've been out on the market. From here, we should win, no problems. We did lose a genie at the very end. My apologies. So, I've started with Dune and Civilization and Hexen. You know, I never much got into Civilization. I started playing Civ 6. That was my very first Civ game, which tells you that I jumped on the boat way too late. Oh, Marini's back. We're going to purchase her. Let's make sure we purchase her in the right castle, because she's got some artifacts. But I tend to like Civ. I think I'm excited to give Civ 7 a try, which they just announced not too long ago. I think that'll be kind of nifty to, you know, be a late bloomer to the series, but still give it a try. Yeah, I've never played any Civ games other than the first one. I'm glad I'm in good company then. Most people will say, what, you've never played it? Never ever? And I'm like, well, I've dabbled, you know. I recognize it's a good game even if I've never really been part of its main audience, but it happens. It happens. I think Heroes Might and Magic 1 is the oldest game I've played, not because I was around when it came out though. So Vamp, you went back and played Heroes 1 because you liked the rest of the series and you wanted to give it a shot. You wanted to see kind of where the roots were for the series. I think that's a great reason to play any game, really. Oh, the Dragon City is willing to offer dragons. Somebody else has already been here. Interesting. I thought I would have to defeat Guardians. Nope, guess not. Okay. Well, somebody's going to start getting me troops every single week. Oh, dear. We're going to sacrifice Maximus. It's going to be his job to go and see how tough this hero is. Especially because we can't get around. Yeah, let's just see how tough they are. Wow, that's a tough hero. Jeez. 51 Liches. 82 Royal Mummies. 45 Vampire Lords. 20-something Bone Dragons, 28, I think, and then 75 Skeletons. And we didn't actually get to see how tough they were as far as attack skill and defense skill. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Once again, it's a concern of if we fight the fight and we lose, then we just lose and we're bad, right? We talked about how bad it feels to make a bad judgment call. We're going to run down and assume that they're going to follow us up. They should have view of this whole area, and if they do, if they act like they're scared of us, okay, we will let them be scared of us. If they do not act like they're scared of us, I think that that'll tell us something. I still think that with 82 spell points, we can do a lot. I'd like a magic well, though. Maybe even retreating all the way to this one. We'll see. I'm going to save some movement points so that way if I want to, I can double back. We'll see. In this castle here, though, let me split the halflings. So that way we can actually take a look at the attack skill and the defense skill. All right, folks. This is a big, big deal. I actually started with Heroes of Might and Magic 1 because my dad introduced me to the series, and he did that because it was the least complex. That's a good dad there. I think that that's a great idea. I heard somebody say that they are going to make their kids play video games in order of their chronological release. So, like, you can't play Battletoads until you defeat Asteroid, Pac-Man, stuff like that. And then you have to work your way up from the bottom so that way you can appreciate all the games that have come after. Because if you just jump into the newest, coolest game right now, you're not going to appreciate those older games more. And so I think that you actually that was probably a nice thing. That was probably a nice thing. Because then you get to appreciate the games that came after it as they were without hating on the old games. Maybe I'm making sense there, maybe I'm not. I have a riddle for you. The Sphinx says, "Answer correctly and you shall be rewarded. Answer incorrectly and you shall be eaten." Do you accept the challenge, folks? I'm going to need your help here. If we lose Katarina, that's bad. So we have to get this riddle, but we're going to do it, okay? So let's go us. Through the power of friendship, our powers combined, let's go. The Sphinx asks you the following riddle. Who killed Cleopatra? Okay, put your guesses in the chat. We play through the game with save states, and he is completely flabbergasted and fascinated by the idea of the brute nature of trial and error kind of playstyle. Yeah, the trial and error playstyle to learn heroes is tough, but you got to go through it. I think that you have to do some trial and error to get good. So I hear that. You're in fact tossed in a world where the freaking border is out to get you, while you have to jump through bombshells, spitting plants, and attacking suns. He's just like, wow, what's going on here? There's literally nowhere to be safe. Oh, we're talking about the Mario game. Yeah, where even the edge of the map is trying to kill you and you can't wander off. And yeah, especially with that perspective you're talking about, where it's kind of like that 3D, that's especially important in that game to do some trial and error there. What's going on here? There's literally nowhere to be safe. I've never seen him laugh so much from constantly losing a game before. Sphinx question. Fixwife go. I think I know the answer because I know my history well enough, right? Oh no, I did not do ancient history in school. Pamp has no answer. If I recall, and I'd like to think I do, Cleopatra held a snake up to her when she saw that the empire was falling and she was closing and the walls were closing in. Was it a snake or was it Tutankhamun that was killed by a snake? It was Cleopatra. It was. And she committed suicide. She committed self-harm. I don't know. Maybe it goes against the rules of Twitch chat. Let them strike me dead for ignoring their terms of service for saying a bad word. Anyway, I don't care. But But the question I have is, do we put Snake as the answer or Cleopatra? And I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer. Snake or Cleopatra? Which is most correct? Did the game designer give you both options? Can I put Cleopatra and it will be correct? Can I put Snake and it will be correct? I don't know. Solid Snake from Metal Gear? Solid Snake from... Oh, it won't let me write that. It's too much. Sorry. That's just too much. I can't put the whole thing. Gotta truncate that a little bit. I'm gonna put... Can't remember. I should know. I'm gonna put down Cleopatra because it was her, and Snake just feels bad. If we're wrong though, we can't lose Gwyneth or we can't lose Katarina. So we're gonna give this a shot. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Aha! Looking somewhat disappointed, the Sphinx sighs. You've answered my riddle, so here's your reward. Now be gone. This is big. 20 wood and the Swordbreaker. That's going to be +4 to our defense and +1 to our attack. That is a good pickup, folks. I know that took a little bit of time, but I really could not have lost Katarina to a Sphinx of all things. Okay, so now we're back. We're going to hold on to here. We're going to hold on to there. Everything's right where it ought to be. He's going to grab that and hop back in the boat, waste his spell points, so on and so forth. Wow. Green is coming right for me. 20 wood sure would have been useful. 20 wood sure would have been useful when we had the night castles. I agree. That is funny. Oh my goodness. That's hilarious, actually. Oh, Swarsea Town. Yeah, it's up there. They upgraded it. So green came straight for me. Ooh. I'm going to get rid of a couple of these artifacts, the +1/+1. And I think I've got expert luck, so I don't need the rabbit's foot. I don't know, folks. Crag hack. Yep. Obsessed, you got it. Crag hack. We need another girl power town for this game. I'm for it. Crag hack from Temu. Yeah, that's totally Crag hack from Temu. I think that with the Resurrect True, we've got some good options. I would really like to get this Magic Well. And so we're going to do that. We're going to head on back, make him chase us. We're going to pick up a couple of the artifacts we just don't need, including the Lucky Rabbit's Foot, including this +1/+1. Endless bag of gold per day. I really want to keep that. I'd love to keep the +1 to our attack, but we're going to forget that for now. Skull cap. That means that the mind influencing spells are things like the blind and things like that. I think we're going to keep that for now. This means we're going to be down 1 attack, 1 defense, 2 attack, 2 defense. But this gives me slots for if we defeat this enemy. Oh, Elemental Ring, that one has to go. That'll actually give us room for the Spiked Helm for the +1/+1. And then Marini's gonna run, try and stay alive, do her very, very best. Very, very best. Corribus is gonna go back, hang tight, and then we are going to go and meet our enemy. And we're gonna see how good we can do. Let's go and continue to get some freebies. Oh, I suppose it's possible. Hire another hero and hand off these nice artifacts. Amazon town, that would be really, really nifty. Actually, an Amazon town would be super cool. Kind of like, because they have the jungle terrain already, that could be like their natural habitat, their natural terrain. That'd be sweet. I'd love that. Let's have Hector grab this. The Swordbreaker, that's probably the only one that he really needs to get on over. And then tomorrow, we'll go in that direction. Let's go get some more fancy artifacts. Let's not forget to do the annoying thing where we take our castle back. At this point, by the way, I think that Summon Boat is, what, 5 or 10 spell points? Dag Thuk is running dangerously low on spell points. Have you noticed? Have you noticed? Okay. This might be the last major Necromancer enemy. This might be it. If we can win this fight, we might have control of this continent for the most part. And that would be really stupendous. Who is that hero, by the way? The orange hero that's just going nuts, as it is Month of the Rock. Let's go here. Hand this over. Everything else stays. It is this guy, Linu, and he is tough. And the fact that he's got dragons does not make me feel good at all. We're gonna deal with that in just a second. One must imagine Dag Thuk happy. Sisyphus theme starts playing. Thug that happy. Thug that good. Wisdom. 5th level spells are gonna be pretty useful. Folks, I'm gonna fight this fight. We've got full spell points. We've got expert stats. I feel like as good as he is, our 15 and 19 is gonna carry the day. As good as he is, I think that we're better. With spells, I think that we're better. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And I'll own up to that. We didn't even we killed 6 bone dragons and that's it? You're kidding me. Does he have Animate Dead? He can't be that tough, can he? If he's got 20 and 20 on his attack and defense, okay, fine, sure. But if he's got like 10 and 10, we should still win this. Bro really is Crag hack. 24 attack skill. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? That's incredible. That's incredible. And folks, a little bit of a missed point here. Just, I'm going to call it out for anybody just listening and not watching. 24 attack, 5 defense, 17 spell power, 12 knowledge, good morale, great luck. Great luck is bad because these are all Necromancers forces that we have to deal with. Lest we forget, Black Dragons have the best attack damage range. They go between 25 to 50 damage per unit. Bone Dragons are right behind them, doing 25 to 45. You add on the bonus damage from 24? That's insane. 31 attack skill on these power liches. That means that compared to my Rangers, 22 defense, you're still gonna be doing 8, and you're gonna be doing 100% bonus damage. You're gonna double your damage. If the power liches attack my Rangers, they're doing double damage. That's insane. That's insane. 25, 28, 240. 9 plus 5, that's quick maths. Wow, Sandro beefed up and went crazy with his weight loss right in. He beefed up and went crazy with his weight loss until right weight for wrestling class. 240%. Oh, thank you. Yeah, you're right. The 240%. Thankfully, he's got 5 defense. But with 17 spell power and 12 knowledge, we can summon 30 air elementals at a time. Okay, here's my question, folks. Here's my question. If we can win this fight, are we still in a good enough position? Here's what I'm thinking. If we can summon 30 air elementals at a time and, do stuff, in theory, we just have to win the fight with 1 Resurrect True at the very end, and then we're good to go, right? We just have to survive this fight, and if we do, we're going to take whatever artifacts this guy has, because guaranteed he's got good artifacts. We're going to get like 4 of them, but still. Use Hypnotize? Yeah, you got it, Steeson. Hypnotize it is, because the undead totally are prone to that. I know that you knew that already. Mass Haste, maybe? I think Mass Haste is probably a good choice, because then we can for sure deal with the power liches before they obliterate our Rangers. 1680 damage bone dragons minimum. More or less. Yeah. And here's the thing. When we're talking about resurrecting true 500 hit points at a time, the bone dragons alone are doing 3 times that. So yeah, I think it does have to be mass haste, because we need the champions to dig into these power liches right now. We're gonna do damage, and again, I think that mass haste is a great recommendation, because with only 5 defense, they have a weakness. If we can hit them first, if we can hit hard, then we can do a lot of damage. Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay, we're gonna kill 6 to 18. That's not a lot. 5 champions perish there. Bad terrain is bad. But we do have great morale. Let's see if we can get lucky. We're gonna go into this direction, staying away from the skeletons. We do get the good morale. I think that we have to take our shot at the bone dragons because double strike, double damage to the undead. We're probably gonna die on the retaliation, but at least we're gonna get one good hit off with the double damage to the dragons. We're gonna do the very best with that. Hate the concept of the Necros magic immunities. Yeah, not my favorite thing. Okay, we did kill 4 bone dragons there. Great. We're gonna continually try and raise those crusaders. Every stack of units that die though, they don't get to keep the mass haste from playthrough to playthrough. When they get revived, they end up with no mass haste. That's bad. Even the power liches are killing 7 champions at a time. My word. Killed 4, decent. Stay away from the skeletons. Ah, yes, 87 skeletons. Definitely not the 28 bone dragons. You guys are funny. I like you guys. Guys and girls, I like all of y'all. Why doesn't night creatures not get a debuff immunities? I don't know. It's a good question. Is there any question who we're going to attack? We're only going to kill hopefully 6 bone dragons, but you've got to. We did kill 6. We did kill 6 bone dragons. Great. Now they're mass hasted. Oh my word. Oh my word. I don't know if that's good or if that's bad, folks. They just went into a defensive position. If they want to be in a defensive position, I think that we let them. I think that we let them. I think that we let them. I think that we immediately do our Resurrect True because you got to. I think that you hope that the rest of these creatures can survive. I don't know. Is resurrecting 50 Rangers better than resurrecting the Crusaders that do double damage? If I can get these stacks mostly down, maybe we can do something fun. Crusaders are immune to curse. Yeah, so they do get some debuff. It should have brought those peasants, huh? Well, now you can't even res our champions. Crusaders it is then. Yeah, because is it 50 Rangers that's better or 9 Crusaders? That's kind of my question here. The Power Liches have already gone, so actually the Rangers might be the best thing. If they're going to stay in a defensive position, then we let the Power Liches defeat 80 Rangers at a time. I think that we do. I think that that's what we're going to do, actually. Hold on. Because you don't take retaliation damage like here. And so with 86 Rangers, we're just going to continually attack these Bone Dragons until they're dead. Going to kill whatever else we can while we can. Pikemen are here. I don't want to get too close. Pikemen have to stay alive. They're going to go to right here. Interesting. The Vampire Lord's peeled off. Maybe it's because they know I'm going to continue to use my Resurrect True. Interesting. You die if you lose this fight, no pressure. You're right. We'll see what these Bone Dragons do. The fact that they flew back into a defensive position is interesting to me. If they stay, we're good. They stayed. Look, guys, we're fine. We're fine. I can eat the damage from the Power Liches, right? I can totally eat the damage from the Power Liches. What I can't deal with, I mean this, what I can't deal with is Bone Dragons coming out to play. So we're just going to back off. We're going to stay put. Vampires pursue us. That's surprising. I know those dragons will do. They will do damage. We're down to 9 bone dragons. Like we're doing something here. If the bone dragons stay put, I'm worried any damage I do to the vampire lords is immediately going to get regenerated, isn't it? I think we have to. I'd love to continue to kill bone dragons. I've got to start dealing with these vampire lords somehow. Somehow. Vamps are so annoying. No offense, Vampy. Yeah. And I think I actually have to keep the Rangers alive. Otherwise, the Bone Dragons are going to come out to play. So I think we're going to raise the troops here. We're still going to kill 7 to 9. They started off with, I'm not even sure how many. Let's see. 5 revive. Okay. And now the enemy is saying, okay, we're done playing with you. We're going to come out and kill you. Yeah. Okay. That's that. Whoops. Use Resurrect instead of Resurrect True because not everyone is making it out of this one. You're totally right, actually. That would have been a much better decision because it saves spell points. It saves 3 spell points. It's still the same amount of heal and resurrect, but still, better choice. I definitely agree. But yeah, fight is lost at this point. Nothing we can do. And so there it is. Your forces suffer a bitter defeat and Corribus abandons your cause. 116, 28, 29, 9, and 77 as far as my troops go. We killed 19 bone dragons though. I mean, you know, we're gonna see if we can fight this one more time though. You have lost your hero Corribus, your quest is over. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. Because I don't remember. Did I attack them or did they attack me? If I can run, I think I will. Because 25 attack is just insane. That's insane. That's not even funny. It's hilarious, actually. And I'm having a great time. I'm having a great time. Okay, so what did we learn? This guy's really tough. And I'm very scared. And we're gonna run. We're gonna run so far. We're gonna run so fast. Nobody's gonna be able to catch us. And it's gonna be wonderful. I cannot, whenever Phixfox is talking about vampires, I always think I'm being addressed. I'm sorry. Would you prefer me call you something not vamp? I'm happy to call you whatever you would like to be called. So just let me know. Let's do this. Okay. Still continuing on. Because at this point, I'm just here I'm here to win. I'm not here to lose, folks. I'm here to win. Vammy is fine? Okay, you got it. That's what we'll do. If Crag Hack continues to chase me, so be it. I think that we can at least go back into these stone liths one time, and maybe by now, Dag Thuk, we can actually defeat Dag Thuk. Don't lose while wife watches. Oh, she already knows that I do my best, but sometimes I fail. She's a sweetheart. She knows. Do I have enough movement points? I don't. So actually, I messed this up. I need to drop these troops. Actually, hold on. Let's do it like this. Do it like this. This. Just like that. Yeah. Mandigal's gonna do some hit and run tactics. I want to see how many hit points Dag Thuk has, and then I'm going to come through the gate in just a moment, and we're gonna figure that out. Don't lose while wife watches. Lose with 1-0. Yep, loose is the opposite of tight. You got it. Yeah, because Dag Thuk, remember folks, they've been casting spells back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. They're a better fight for me than Crag Hack Timu version. 14 attack, 8 defense. Where do you keep getting your spell points? 80 spell points? There's got to be a magic well right out there. I was hoping that by now they'd be completely out of spell points. Guess not. Berserker. That's right, we do have Berserker now, by the way. And Berserker doesn't work on the Necromancers, but it will work on these Barbarians. The Berserker is actually going to be very, very useful for us. Very, very useful. She used to see you crying your pillow saying, oh man, I should have appreciated the farm building and bought those peasants. If she ever hears me say that, pretty sure that, oh, the spell will have no effect. They've got the Pendant of Dispassion. If that's the case, then I don't know what to tell her. I guess I'm just going to be sad as I give up. She'll know that I failed. Okay, so Mandigal's gone. We are still going to sit on this town. I've got a plan. Anyway. Oh wait, no, it can't be Mandigal because he's out of movement points. What am I doing, folks? Okay, well, we're going to do this one more time because might as well. 14 attack doesn't look scary after Crag Hack, actually. I agree. Obsessed, I completely agree. And it may be a small thing, but it matters. It really does. And if we can get a foothold, all we're trying to do right now is get a foothold. If we can get a foothold, we can do some pretty nifty stuff. We just got to get there. But we definitely got to save all these troops. While right now it doesn't seem like that big of a deal, I think that eventually these troops are going to be the very best thing for us. We're up to like 6 bone dragons across the map, things like that, so we're carrying on. It looks like if he's gonna go this way, if Krog Hawk is gonna send it that way, I'm gonna purchase another hero here. Oh, never mind. Ariel, we've got a full castle. Well, we've got no troops though. Croto's a nobody. If Ariel doesn't take this castle right now, then I think that we're fine. Let's actually trade enough resources to get another hero. Very expensive, but another hero is needed. Even if all they do is just prevent enemy aggression. And since it's a spellcaster, I think that we should be better than her defending. Let's try and get one Bone Dragon. Do not want to lose this castle. Don't gift anybody anything. And we can't reach, so we might as well stay. Perfect. Okay. When's the next tier list video? Love those. So thorough and respectful to the community. We're broke. We're broke. Everybody, I still do need to put out one excellent video with Steeson. I've had some weird stuff happen in my life, and I'm trying to get everything out in the way it ought to go. And I'm doing the very best I can. Why do vamps need a Thieves Guild? Because they're scary. No, maybe vampires need a Thieves Guild because they need... Maybe they need henchmen. They need Renfield, and they only want the scary guys. That makes sense to me. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. Jedi business, go back to your drinks. We're very broke, I agree. Kill a vampire, or a Cyclops. Never mind, skip. 73 hit points, and we're doing what, 80 points of damage? Oh, we must have the storm. We must have the storm here. It's kind of nifty. 3 and 1. Every little bit helps. And so the next tier video is supposed to be that video, Steeson. You're totally right. That is the plan. Transylvanian henchman. Romanian lore. I know nothing about it. Nothing about it. I am going to... I'm very impressed that Krog Hawk just sat there. Very surprising. We'll go get some crystal. Dragons. There's 7 dragons available, folks. I had no idea. 3 Cyclops for basically nothing is good. Yeah, I thought that there'd be like 1 or 2 dragons here. We cannot let the enemy get these. I don't think that Ariel can reach us right now, but I don't think it'll matter too much. Let's take our 3,000 gold, buy our 2 more bone dragons, split up these troops for Croto, and let's plan on using lightning bolt for 75 points of damage 2-3 times. 7, yeah, 7. That's gonna be stupendous, actually. If Ariel is tough, I'm gonna be so sad. She might be tough. The enemy has fled. It only cost us 1 bone dragon, only. But yeah, if we get 7 red dragons, that's going to immediately be some of our very best troops. So I think that we'll try and do that sooner rather than later. I think that they're going to lightning bolt us and run. I don't think that we can stop this. Here. That's way better for me. I'm totally fine with that. Okay. And then back in we go. No skeleton transformer. You know, the skeleton transformer is actually one of my favorite things in all of Heroes of Might and Magic because it just makes so much sense. Because in Heroes 2, if heroes or if troops join you, you kind of hate that as the Necromancer. Because, great, you've joined me. So what? What I really want to do is get rid of you because of the experience. I would prefer to have tons and tons of experience from defeating you and getting the skeletons that I can use in battle. But if I don't... Okay, let me start over. If troops want to join me, great. I have some additional fighting forces. All battlefield casualties will be in a 10, 20, or 30% range brought back to you as skeletons, but you only get the experience from dead enemies. You don't get any bonus experience for your own troops. So if they join you and you turn them into skeletons, you're just missing out on experience at that point. You might win some fights you otherwise might not have, and things like that, but still, ultimately it's going to be tough. I think it's time, folks. I think it's time. As soon as I see these dragon cities, let one hero be the red dragon carrier service. Yes. Can you resurrect red dragons in Heroes Might and Magic? I can't remember. No. Nope, they're immune because they're immune to all spells. So, Heroes Might and Magic, one dragons are purple? Yeah, they are. Purple is my favorite color. Today it is anyway. I don't know about tomorrow. We'll see. Okay, are we sure we want this fight? Berserker is not going to be effective. We're going to have tons and tons of Resurrects. We're going to have the haste ability. We're probably going to cast haste right off the bat. Do we have any other disabling spells? Disrupting arrays, those would be good. Slows are actually going to be kind of useful. I wish we had a mass slow. Mass curse, actually. Folks, mass curse might be our round 1 spell against this guy. And that actually makes me think that we should do this. I think so. Oh, red dragons in Heroes Might and Magic 3? You can. Yeah. Green dragons and gold dragons have immunity up to level 4 spells. Black dragons are completely immune. So on and so forth. Okay. Heroic greetings, sires. Don, how you doing, sir? Appreciate you. Nice to see you there. Nice to see you there. We are in a fight for our very lives, and this is a little bit of a struggle. We've done some pretty nifty stuff. I'm very glad for the way things are turning out. Really, I am. I'm glad for the way things are turning out because we could have just said, well, throw in the towel earlier. We've had a good hour of still working through the scenario and I think getting somewhere. This might be a little bit of a struggle, though. We will find out. We will find out. So, 52 of the War Trolls, 34 of the Cyclops, 63 of the Wolves, 56 of the Ogre Lords, 107 of the Orc Chiefs. These two creatures are going to be the very most critical things for us. 17 attack on the Orc Chiefs. That means that they're going to be doing reduced damage to everyone. As big as this stack looks, don't mess with them. They're going to be doing reduced damage to you already. These troops, they're going to be doing bonus damage to you. Kill these guys. Ignore these guys. Even the Ogre Lords with 23 attack, that's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's okay, it's up there, but it's not that bad. Dag Thuk, 14 attack, 8 defense, 7 spell power, 8 knowledge, blood morale, Irish luck. 15 attack, 19 defense, 10 spell power, 11 knowledge, blood morale, Irish luck. But we're not for the 56 ogres. I would say there's a chance. Math, I think we got this. I do think we got this. By the way, just so we're clear on this, we do not have access to Berserker. It will have no effect. He must have the Pendant of Dispassion. I think that every other artifact will work. If I had a basic curse, I would click on it just because I would want to see to make sure that we can actually curse him. I think we can. If we can't get the mass curse off, we're going to do the mass haste because even doing reduced damage in small amounts is going to go a long, long way. Unless I cast the mass haste, park the champions right here, remove the War Trolls from contention for at least one turn. Maybe. I don't know if that's better or worse. But suffice to say, my overall goal is to resurrect 500 hit points worth of troops at a time from henceforth. I think that if I cast the mass haste now, it's going to give me some value, and then I can defeat the trolls, or at least I can get into their face. And the next turn I can cast the mass curse, and then from there I'm probably going to just resurrect true. That's my choice. That's what I'm going to do. 7 to 5 of the War Trolls, that goes pretty well. 11 goes down, and we get another one. That's actually a big deal. Going from 56 down to 28, that's a big deal. Because now, even if the champions get taken out, I mean, we can do some fun stuff with our Rangers. We can actually make this look pretty good for us. Our Rangers are going to get to go before anybody but the Wolves. Let's go into this kind of position here. I think that the champions are probably going to go down. Trolls got genied. Yeah, they got genied. And with the good morale, folks, we have to do this, don't we? Not here. If we attack here, we just take the double hex attack. Do we kill all these War Trolls right now? Or do we start on the Cyclops? I think that the Rangers are going to deal with the Cyclops. We set ourselves up for this nasty double hex attack. I think that's the War Trolls, because if you can kill 22 or even 15 of these, then you never have to worry about War Trolls again for this fight, and that helps the attrition when we're trying to heal and keep our troops healthy. I think that as much as I'd like to start working on these Cyclops, you got to deal with the War Trolls and trust that the Rangers are going to start bringing down 3 to 6 Cyclops around. I think that you have to. We are going to put the Master Swordsman into a defensive position. I'm going to send the Veteran Pikemen down to deal with Orc Chiefs. Wolves are going to go. We're going to see what spell they get. The Wolves are probably going to... They're probably going to find a way to disable my Rangers, aren't they? Imagine Dag Thuk pulls out his own Resurrect. Folks, we know that Dag Thuk has Berserk. I just realized. We know he does. Because he's taken that castle that we got it from. I'm scared. I am so scared. I'm terrified. Let's see what spell they cast. Haste. That's fine. Take it. I don't even care. Do the haste. Whatever. I don't even care. Haste it is. I am fine with that. And I don't know. I could 17 attack, 22 defense, but it's so many creatures. Maybe he has no wisdom. He's a barbarian after all. Smart. Both of you had the exact same comment at the same second. You guys are geniuses. This is when I say that I've got the smartest chat in the world. I mean it. I think it's a bad idea to not kill up to 10 Cyclopes, but if I preserve my stack of Rangers now, I'll do more damage in the long run. Maybe that's a good decision, maybe it's a bad decision. I don't know. 77 down to here. That's going to be 15 Rangers at a time. That's easy. We can totally deal with that. And now, I'm wondering, is it time for the Mass Curse? I think so. The Cyclopes ended up doing how much damage? Cyclops did 960 damage. Let's cut that damage in half. Let's do a Mass Curse. Oh, that spell will affect nobody. Okay. That changes things drastically. Summon Air Elementals. We could do that. Disrupting Rays. We can do that. Mirror Image. We could even do that. I think, though, that for the second round, we need to save our spells. Because if we save our spells, then we can play reactively. And we can make sure that we don't hurt ourselves by getting a paralyze or something. We're not able to be blinded, but we can get paralyzed still. And so let's try to avoid that. Because of the blind or the bless coming out now, I think that now is actually probably a good time to do the Resurrect True. Probably on all these champions, because how many champions were there? 28? Mirror Archers might be an idea, actually. It's going to take them 2 turns to get down there, isn't it? It will take them 2 turns to get down there. Let's deal with the wolves so they have a tough time dealing with our champions. Let's stick these veteran pikemen right here. Let's mirror image when we get the chance, because that is going to be a lot of damage. You're totally right. You're totally right, actually. And we have the spell points for it. Mirror image here. And we're going to effectively double our damage. It's only 4 to 5 at a time. There's 5, 10, 3, 4. That's good. That's a great decision on your part. That's a great decision. Here's the question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's no double hex attack though. I think that the Cyclops are probably going to kill this 101 stack of Rangers more than anything. Let's start with our Resurrect Trues. We could slow. I just think that they're immediately going to get hasted. Let's Resurrect True. 9 up to 21 on the champions. And let's hope that the Cyclops go up here and kill what we can. Let's start working on... Jeez, it's not a lot, is it? That might have been a mistake. I probably should have actually cast another mirror image or something, huh? The dispel so that the Rangers are really slow. I think I like that decision from them. I don't care if the Rangers get obliterated. I'm going to Resurrect True them before the end of the fight. We're just brawling right now. Just brawling. I'm going to make them attack me, though. So let's go to here. 17 down to 7. If I slow the Cyclops, then my Rangers are going to get the chance to go. 4 speed, no, they're not going to get the chance to go. It will force them to cast another haste, though. I definitely misplayed that previous spell. That was a mistake. 4 more Resurrect Trues. Heroes of Might and Magic 2 mirror image, holographic version of the original unit. Heroes of Might and Magic 3 mirror image. Blue baba dee da ba da da ba dee da ba da da ba dee da ba da 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 da. Wow, look at him go, he's dancing. Oh, he's going crazy. He doesn't even have music and he's dancing. Sorry, I just love that song. I can't help it, I just love that song. We're actually gonna put the Rangers back. I think that the Cyclops are gonna try and get down here now. And hopefully that means that they leave some Rangers alive for us. We're going to wait on any spells. We're going to continue to deal with Ogre Lords. Let's see what the Cyclops do. Interesting, they waste the time. I didn't think that they would do that. Did not think that they would do that. By the time they all get down here, then we're going to start doing some more Resurrect Truths. Should I do one more? Probably not. Maybe, maybe not. Here, and here. And here. He's got so many spell points, 54. He's probably going to be due for a Dispel in just a moment, isn't he? Gotta do one more. I hate this. I think we're going to win, but I hate this. Interesting. Okay. All right. Here. Here. I think that he stayed in this position, so if I resurrected the Rangers, he could come back. I think that's what he did. That's too good. I have to Dispel. 4 spells from the Cyclops. There's nothing else I can do. Has to be done. And so if he hastes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Even if he hastes, then he's going to be able to hit me regardless of whether I attack here or here. So let's do this. And this fight is looking much better. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's actually sit right here so that way we can maybe dissuade him from getting a double hex attack. Nope. Phixfox messed up. Okay. And now we Resurrect True. 1 stack of 50. And then we just got to do damage. We brawl it out. We do our best to win. Oh, and he runs. He doesn't run. Folks, we got him. Oh my gosh, that good morale was so scary. But we should have him now. We should have him. Only 10 spell points left, but we're going to have the superior speed next turn with the 7 speed champions. And we're going to take whatever artifacts and crazy stuff he has. He is mine. Give me that good luck. Actually, don't kill him. Shoot. Turned a loss into a victory. Sweet. All right, folks. I did not love that. And I think I misplayed that massively in at least 3 major spots. I wasted our 3rd spell. I think that that was actually a critical error. The 3rd spell was not correct. So that's mistake number 1. Mistake number 2, I think that I should have actually cast Resurrect on the champions 1 turn earlier. I said I was going to wait and then resurrect all my Rangers. And then I realized later, no, that's not correct. I don't have enough damage to deal with the Ogre Lords as currently constituted. And then I cast that spell right after. So that was mistake number 2. Mistake number 3, the Rangers got good luck. Can I be mad about good luck? Never. Never. And my hope is, folks, is that this is going to bring us some artifacts. Let's hope for the best. That's bad. That's good. That's a good artifact to get. So now we're going to be immune to Berserk and the Blind. Paralyze is still out there, but that's fine. Holy Pendant, we're not going to be curseable. Unfortunately, I think that that was it. I think that that's all the artifacts we had room for. Dang, that sucks. But we've survived, and now we do have some troops that we can hand off. Let's let Halon put everybody up. Whew. And then pull this 1 skeleton down. Halon's going to take 1 step out. I would hate to dismiss him, but I really want Corribus to get in here today so we can get more spells, because Wagmuck is not too far away and this Magic Well is too close. I think it's going to be costly to do this, but I'm going to do this. And so then tomorrow we can set off. Wow, tough fight. Well, that was an unexpected win still. Math Obsessed says, I agree. I don't think he would have moved first next turn, though. Didn't the Cyclops have 7 speed? They did. Vammy, you're right. You're totally right. That good luck actually saved us. I didn't even realize that, but you're right. Because the Cyclops were 7 speed, they were going to go first. You are so correct. I am speechless. You are 1000% correct. well spotted. That could have been disastrous, and I'm very glad that it turned out better than it otherwise would have. Wow. And again, this is why I need chat. This is why I need you guys looking over my shoulder, making sure I'm doing things right. This hero doesn't look too bad. We're going to set up in the morning. Let's grab our second Sphinx. So the first one's already been taken, but this is the other one with their riddle. Folks, are we ready for this? Let's go. Who wrote the piece of music that plays on the main page of the Astral Wizards Heroes of Might and Magic 2 website? What? Who wrote the piece of music that plays on the main page of the Astral Wizards Heroes of Might and Magic 2 website? This is the worst Sphinx I have ever found in my life. I have to guess that it's Paul Romero. It has to be. Can anybody do some Googling for me? Seriously. Do artifacts that you had no room for stay with the defeated hero, or do they vanish from the game? They stay with the defeated hero. So maybe we could get Dag Thuk for ourselves sometime. We could. Those two things go together hand in hand. If we hire Dag Thuk ourselves in the future, then we get those artifacts that we were not able to pick up this time. So we're going to have to keep an eye out in the tavern for that. Paul Anthony Romero, because I don't know any other composers. Yeah, I'm with you on that. The $1 million question, Math Obsessed. It's got to be Paul, right, folks? And here's the thing. We can't just reload the game if we get this wrong, because we just fought that big fight. This turn, we just fought that fight and defeated Dag Thuk. And I'm not fighting that fight again. Is anybody Googling for me? Or should we just go with Paul? It's gotta be. Oh my gosh, no. Hold on. There's okay and there's cancel. What happens if we hit cancel? I don't actually know the answer to that. If we hit cancel, do we just walk away and there's no harm, no foul? Or do we just get eaten immediately? There's a forum that's saying that they don't know because the website does not exist anymore. Yeah. Oh, goodness. I think that once you get to this point, you have to answer the riddle or you just lose. And so, folks, I don't think that anybody has any other ideas other than Paul. It's got to be Richard or Wagner. Was it some guy named Richard Wagner? Like that? It's one of them. This is an unfair question. Tell you what, if we lose 3 bone dragons, 5 vampire lords, 6 royal mummies, 6 of the genies, and 4 of the power liches. If you think that this is the best option we have, I will go with Richard. How about? So, Vammy, is that our final answer? This is Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? And I'm saying, is that our final answer? Is Richard the answer? Because I'm thinking either Paul or this Richard. So it's your call. Richard Wagner is a German classic composer, I think, Math Obsessed says. There's no pressure. I don't have to hit enter in 5 seconds or anything like that. So, although this would be very stressful if there was a time limit of like 10 seconds, an internal game clock or something of the matter. Astral Wizards Heroes of Might and Magic 2 website. Who wrote the piece of music? I'm going to do it. Of music. THUNK. Let me pull out the absolute zero vid and see. Tell you what, let's not do that. Let's just hit okay, and if we lose, we lose. Coming in the clutch, chat. Cat's coming in the clutch. Looking somewhat disappointed, the Sphinx sighs. You've answered my riddle, so here's your reward. Now be gone. Boots of mobility, nomad boots, plus 20 wood. Tell you what, we were ready to lose. We were ready to lose, and the fact that we didn't lose is thrilling. And I feel so good for that. But man, let's not do that again. Jeez. Okay. Wow. The boots. The boots. We're gonna trade a couple of resources just to get these genies, so we can set off today. Saving the sulfur, getting rid of some of the other stuff. Up to 2,600 gold. Sure, that should be enough. And then we can set sail with an actually pretty good army. We're not gonna be doing much as far as fighting with this army, but this might be enough for a resupply to help out our dear friend Corribus. Whew, just shaved off 1 year of your life from the stress for 20 wood and some boots. Hey, you know what? This is, we mentioned earlier, people like competitive games and things like that. That feels about as competitive as Heroes of Might and Magic sometimes gets for me. And competitive maybe is not the right word, but the stress and the euphoria of victory, that is always wonderful. How are boots necessary for the win? I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question. How are boots necessary for the win? Definitely they're not necessary, but I mean, they can help. They can help. Yeah, years off my life. Okay. We are going to get to do this nice resupply, though. Well, at this point, if you can run far and far away and never get caught, you can never lose if you never get caught, right? So let's just never get caught, and we're going to be fine. We're going to trade off the resources we don't care about, or the artifacts, rather. I don't think I really care about a curse. Not that bad. Not that big of a deal. We're going to take the Nomad's Boots. We're going to leave the Trunk of Gold because we can never lose Katarina. We're always going to take very good care of her. The Mass Haste is a really good spell, and we haven't found that in any other Mage Guild, so we're going to just roll with this for now. Even keeping the Lightning Helm, I think, is a good choice. And so then we are immune to the Paralyzes, or immune to the Berserks, immune to the Blinds. We've got some good solid attack. We don't have a big army, but this feels like the best thing for us. Oh, how about we bring the troops along with us as well? The Genies are going to come in favor of the Skeletons. It's going to still be good morale for us, and those are good troops. Where she goes from now, I don't know. Do I care? Yeah, I totally care. I just don't know where she's going to go. There's another Necromancy Castle up here. Since big, beefy Krog Hawk is over there, I think that we need to just escape. And I think that we're at this point, folks, where we're getting to the point where we've been here for a couple hours now. I'm going to need to sign off fairly quickly. But my goal is this. I want to get these 7 dragons out through this Lith, and I want Gem to stay safe somewhere, like over here or somewhere like that. I want to save those dragons for me and not for somebody else. I then want to make sure that I can see how far this goes up the road. We'll see if there's another big bad guy. We've been beating some big bad evil heroes. Hopefully we can hold on. It may be time to actually turn our attention back over here, because while going into this Necromancer area is inadvisable so long as Krog Hawk is here, maybe it's not a bad idea to go and double back. Maybe we are now strong enough. With 6 bone dragons? Never mind. We're not strong enough. Never mind. Richard Wagner coming back from the dead to compose a track for a website that doesn't exist anymore. Yeah. Would Nietzsche approve Wagner this time? I don't know. I don't know. I know very little about Nietzsche. The only thing I know about him is at least I know how to spell his name. In fact, I'm amazed that you spelled his name right. Maybe not. Maybe it's more common where you're from, Steeson. I only know how to spell his name because of the epic rap battles of history. Because I'm Niettzche. And I'll end any kind of person like my name in a spelling bee. Okay. Enough of that. Extra resources, not that useful. Dragons, very useful. I don't think we're even getting a lot of resources at this time. And I don't think I'm going to be upgrading like... probably not going to be upgrading things like Mage Guilds anytime soon. Let's see how many dragons this gets us. This does not get us that many dragons. 3? 3. We'll take it. Take 3 dragons. Send them. Send all these artifacts, all the units here. And then Gem is going to go on a little adventure. I think I'll see how Sorceress goes this Friday. So beautiful town and creatures, but they're so tough to win with. They can be kind of tough to win with. I agree. What if there's Titans in here? What if there's Titans in here? What if there's a dimension door in here? Interesting. Our fortunes are so weird this game. I don't even know. This whole thing is going crazy for me. Wow. Oh, there's a Lith there. That's bad. Lith there. Okay. Okay. Flint. He's nobody. Okay. Been there. Tell you what. Playing around with portals and Liths is actually a distinct advantage that we have, and I'm not going to feel bad. I'm not going to feel bad, folks, about doing this multiple times, trying to get the exact right situation for me. Folks, as good as Bone Dragons are, Titans are even better. Let's see if we can take this area, take this town, and be good. View towns. This is that wizard. Maybe we can do a pinch attack, and we can get maybe black dragons here. Regardless, we're going to get those red dragons plus the Titans. All right, we're going to do this. I am going to hit save game though, because at this point, I'm not going to restart the map. We've done a lot. We've had our ups, we've had our downs. It's been a struggle, but this has been good, and I've enjoyed this very, very much, and I want to continue on this playthrough, actually. But we are going to have to do that another day. So actually, before I do anything else, folks, I am going to save. Unfortunately, I can feel I've just hit the wall. My blood sugar is tanking. I don't have any snacks. And it's time for me to call it. Otherwise, I'm going to start to have some issues with myself. So, with that being said, before we make any bad decisions, let's save this off. I can tell you that what's going to happen is that we're not going to wait a week to play this on stream. I'm going to finish this map later on my own without any audience. And then I will post both videos to YouTube. I expect that I will post this playthrough, this first half of THUNK, on Thursday, on Friday, and then probably on Saturday, I'm probably going to post part 2. By then I should have had the opportunity to see this map to its logical conclusion, whether a win or whether a loss. Because at this point, if we lose from this point, we've done a great job. I'm happy with the run we've been able to get, and I still think that we can win this scenario. It's going to be close. It's going to be a struggle. But I've never felt so optimistic about our chances in this map as we do right now. So, with that being said, folks, thank you so much for the time. Thank you for the energy. I will post onto the Twitch. I haven't posted in the description anywhere just yet that I do have a Discord up now. There's not a whole lot of activity there in there yet. I actually don't know really what to do with the Discord other than have videos as they get posted popped up. Having the request section is a big thing for me, so that way you can let me know what maps you want to see or what challenges or things like that. And then just like some general talk. I'm always here for the memes. So if you have any ideas, please go check out the Discord. I will post the link in this Twitch as well, but it's also found on my YouTube. And help me figure out what I should do with the Discord, or what would be interesting for you. Feel free to join the Discord. Feel free not to join the Discord, whatever works best for you. And then we will plan on doing this same stream next week. My schedule is going to be changing pretty soon, where we're probably going to be going from streaming on Wednesdays to Fridays. I will keep you apprised of that information as it comes up. Otherwise, folks, thank you. Look after you, look after your friends, look after your family. If nothing else, just know that I sincerely appreciate you, and you guys make me laugh. And I have such a good time hanging out with you. And I can't wait to see you guys again for the next one. So with that being said, my name is Phixfox, and I'm looking so forward to the very next one. Tech and Sound, G. Lewis, thank you for the stream. Goodbye, Vammy. Bye-bye, 2325 in Denmark. Folks, have a great night. Peace out.